Picture yourself standing in a chilly stone hall, the air thick with lavender and ambition, as royal daughters, born to glittering dynasties, navigate lives twisted by the very blood that made them royal. Inbreeding that tangled knot of family trees, shape their fates in ways that'll make your skin crawl. Fair warning, diving into their world of fragile bones and fractured minds might leave you questioning if you'd survive a single day in their jeweled slippers. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Oh, and drop a comment with your city and local time. I love picturing where you're all listening from. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You start in the heart of medieval Europe, where royal blood was everything. Kings and queens didn't just marry for love or even strategy, they married to keep power locked within a handful of families. The Habsburgs, those juggernauts of European royalty, were the poster children for this. You're walking through their world now, where cousins wed cousins, and uncles married nieces, all to keep the throne pure. It sounds like a soap opera, but this was deadly serious. The idea was simple: dilute. The blood lose the divine right to rule. But here's the kicker: nobody back then knew what centuries of this would do to their daughters' bodies and minds. Imagine you're a princess, maybe 15, dressed in a corset that feels like a cage. Your parents just betrothed you to your first cousin, some guy you met once at a feast, where everyone was too drunk to notice the family resemblance. This wasn't just common, it was the playbook. The Habsburgs, ruling from Spain to Austria, were obsessed with keeping their bloodline clean. You'd think they'd notice the consequences, but nope, they doubled down. Their daughters like Joanna of Castile or Maria of Spain paid the price. Historians still argue whether the royals were clueless or just too stubborn to change course. Let's zoom in on why this started. Back in the 1400s, Europe's thrones were shaky. You've got wars, rebellions, and pesky nobles trying to snatch power. Marrying within the family was like building a fortress around the crown. If you're a Habsburg princess, your marriage isn't about you. It's about tying Spain to Austria or snubbing France. You're a chess piece, not a person. The mainstream fact here: the Habsburgs' inbreeding began with strategic marriages in the 15th century, like when Maximilian wed Mary of Burgundy, tying vast lands together. But the quirky tidbit: they believed pure blood made them closer to God, like their veins carried divine Wi-Fi or something. Now picture yourself in a royal nursery. The cradle's gilded, sure, but the baby inside might not make it past 5. Inbreeding didn't just mess with looks, it messed with survival. Royal daughters were born with weak hearts, brittle bones, or worse, minds that unraveled under pressure. You're watching a court physician, probably some guy with a beard, longer than his credentials, prescribing leashes for a princess's melancholy. Nobody connected the dots to genetics. They blamed bad humors, or witches, because science wasn't exactly trending. You're probably wondering how bad it got. Spoiler, really bad. The Habsburgs' family tree looks less like a tree and more like a pretzel. By the time you get to the 1500s, their daughters are marrying uncles or cousins, so close they share more DNA than you'd want to admit at a family reunion. Take Joanna of Castile, she's your first stop. Born in 1479, she's the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the power couple who bankrolled Columbus. They married her off to Philip the Handsome, a Habsburg cousin. Sounds romantic, right? Except their kids inherited a genetic mess that made Game of Thrones look tame. You're standing in Joanna's shoes now. She's young, sharp, but trapped in a world that values her womb over her brain. Her parents' marriage was already a cousinly affair, and her husband's family tree is practically a circle. Their kids, like Charles V and his sisters, carried the weight of that tangled DNA. You can almost hear the court whispering about Joanna's odd behavior, but was she really mad, or just crushed by a system that saw her as a broodmare? That's a debate historians still wrestle with, and you'll dig into it later. For now, you're noticing the ripple effects. Royal daughters weren't just pawns. They were walking proof of what happens when you roll the genetic dice too many times. Their portraits show the infamous Habsburg jaw, that protruding chin that got worse with each generation. You'd think it's just a quirky family trait, like your uncle's weird laugh, but it was a sign of deeper issues: malformed bones, infertility, mental fragility. And yet, the royals kept at it, like they were trying to win a world record for worst family reunion. Here's a light jab for you, if you think your family's holiday dinners are awkward. Try being a Habsburg princess at a wedding where the groom's also your uncle. The whole court's pretending it's normal, but you're side-eyeing the family tree like, this can't be right. The tragedy is these women had no say. You're a princess, sure, but your life scripted by men who think inbreeding is just a fancy word for loyalty. As you wander these palaces, you're starting to see the pattern. Every marriage tightened the genetic knot, and every daughter born carried a heavier burden. The Habsburgs weren't alone. Other dynasties like the Tudors or Bourbons played the same game. But the Habsburgs were the all-stars, and their daughters were the casualties. You're feeling the weight of their world, now the suffocating gowns, the suffocating rules. It's not just about one princess, it's about a system that chewed them up for centuries. Before we move on, let's linger on one weird detail. Some royals thought inbreeding made their kids stronger, like they were distilling royal essence or crafting a superhuman. Plot twist, it did the opposite. You're chuckling at the irony, but for these women, it was no laughing matter. Their lives were shaped by decisions made before they were born, and you're about to see how it played out for Joanna Maria and others. The palaces are quiet now, but their stories echo, and you're just getting started. You're stepping deeper into the Habsburgs' world now, where the family tree twists into knots so tight you'd need a map to untangle it. The air feels heavier, scented with wax and old ambition as you trace the marriage maze that trapped Europe's royal daughters. The Habsburgs didn't just marry cousins, they built an empire on it, and their daughters bore the consequences in their bones and blood. Picture yourself in a grand hall, tapestries glowing under flickering torches, as deals are sealed to wed young princesses to men who share their noses and their nightmares. This isn't just a love story gone wrong. It's a dynasty weaving its own downfall, one wedding at a time. The Habsburgs' marriage strategy was like a game of chess, where every move was a checkmate against their own future. You're watching emperors and kings like Maximilian or Charles V play matchmaker with their daughters, tying Austria to Spain, Spain to Portugal, all to keep power in the family. The mainstream fact. By the 16th century, the Habsburgs controlled half of Europe through these marriages, from the Holy Roman Empire to the Spanish throne. But the quirky tidbit, they were so obsessed with pure blood that they ignored the warning signs like kids who couldn't walk straight or died too young. Historians still argue whether they were blind to the risks or just too proud to care. Imagine you're a Habsburg princess, maybe 14, being told your new husband is your Uncle Philip II, or some cousin twice removed who smells like damp velvet. You're not just marrying for love or even duty. You're marrying to keep the empire's borders intact. Take Maria of Austria, born in 1528, daughter of Charles V. She shipped off to marry her cousin Maximilian II, because why not keep it in the family? You're walking beside her, feeling the weight of her embroidered gown, knowing her future kids will inherit a genetic lottery nobody wants to win. This marriage maze wasn't just about politics. It was a trap. You're seeing it now. Every wedding tightened the noose. The Habsburgs thought they were building a dynasty, but they were brewing a genetic disaster. Their daughters, like Maria or her sister Joanna, weren't just brides. They were vessels for a bloodline that was starting to curdle. You're picturing Maria's wedding day, all pomp and trumpets. But beneath the smiles, there's a quiet dread. Her kids and their kids would face ailments nobody could name. Yet weak hearts, brittle bones, minds that flickered like a candle in the wind. Let's pause for a chuckle if you think your dating app matches are bad. Try being a Habsburg princess, swiping right on your own cousin. The court's cheering, but you're wondering if your kids will inherit that weird jaw or something worse. The tragedy is, these women had no choice. You're standing in their shoes, feeling the cold stone floor of a Viennese palace, knowing your life's been sold for a treaty. The men signing the papers didn't see the human cost. They saw crowns, not coffins. Now you're noticing the ripple effects. The Habsburgs' marriages weren't just about love or even strategy. They were about control. You're flipping through a mental scrapbook of royal weddings, Joanna of Castile, to Philip, the handsome Maria, to Maximilian II, Elizabeth, to Francis Joseph. Each one's a knot in the family tree, pulling it tighter until it chokes. The daughters born from these unions carried the weight of their ancestors' choices. You're starting to see the pattern. Every generation, the problems got worse. That Habsburg jaw, it wasn't just a meme, it was a symptom. Zoom in on the science or lack thereof. You're in the 1500s, and nobody's talking about genetics. The court physicians, with their starched ruffs and questionable cures, think illness comes from bad air or divine punishment. You're smirking at the thought. Imagine prescribing a bleeding session for a princess's hysteria when the real issue is her parents sharing 20% of their DNA. The Habsburgs didn't know about recessive genes, but they saw the results. Daughters who fainted too often, babies who didn't survive minds that cracked under the pressure of court life. You're wandering through a royal nursery now, where the cradles are carved with eagles, but the babies inside are fragile. The Habsburg daughters, like Maria or her cousins, were born into a world that worshipped their blood, but ignored its flaws. You're picturing a little princess, maybe 5, with a cough that won't quit, or a jaw that makes eating a chore. The court whispers about curses, but you know better. It's inbreeding, plain and simple. The quirky detail. Some royals thought marrying cousins would strengthen the line like they were breeding prize horses instead of humans. Spoiler, it didn't. Here's another light jab. If you think your family reunions are chaotic, try attending a Habsburg one, where half the guests are engaged to each other. You're dodging awkward small talk with your betrothed uncle, hoping the banquet doesn't end in another betrothal. But for these princesses, it wasn't funny. You're feeling their isolation now, the way they were paraded like trophies, but treated like pawns. Their marriages were contracts, not choices, and their bodies paid the price. As you move through this maze, you're seeing how it shaped the daughters' lives. They weren't just brides. They were the glue holding an empire together, even as their health crumbled. You're thinking of Maria again, married to her cousin, raising kids who'd face the same fate. Her daughter Anna would marry yet another cousin, Philip the Warrant, and the cycle continued. You're starting to feel the claustrophobia of it, all the way the family tree looped back on itself until there was no escape. The Habsburgs' obsession with blood purity was like a slow poison. You're watching it seep into every generation, weakening the very dynasty they meant to protect. The daughters with their delicate frames and haunted eyes were the proof. You're wondering how nobody noticed, but the answer's simple power blinded them. They saw thrones, not tragedies. Historians still debate whether the Habsburgs could have changed course. Could they have married outside the family and saved their daughters? You'll dig into that later, but for now, you're stuck in the maze, feeling the walls close in. Before you move on, let's linger on one odd detail. Some Habsburg brides were so closely related to their grooms that priests had to issue special dispensations, like the church was signing off on a genetic gamble. You're chuckling at the absurdity, but for the princesses, it was no joke. Their lives were shaped by a system that valued empire over everything, even their survival. You're ready to step into Joanna of Castile's world, next to see how this maze trapped her in a cage of her own blood. You're slipping into the shadowed world of Joanna of Castile, a princess whose life feels like a tragedy, scripted by the very blood in her veins. The Spanish court hums around you all in sense and intrigue as you watch this young woman born in 1479 to Ferdinand and Isabella navigate a destiny warped by inbreeding and ambition. Her story is a stark reminder of what the Habsburgs' tangled family tree did to their daughters, locking them in lives of splendor and suffering. You're standing beside Joanna now, her silk gown brushing the floor, her eyes sharp but restless as she's pulled into a marriage that'll break her heart and maybe her mind. Joanna's your focus here, a daughter of Spain's golden age, when her parents unified the country and sent Columbus across the sea. But you're not here for their triumphs. You're here for her descent. She's married off at 16 to Philip the Handsome, a Habsburg prince, and her cousin, because as you saw in that marriage maze, keeping it in the family was the Habsburg way. You're picturing the wedding, all gold and fanfare, but there's a chill in the air. Joanna's heart races for Philip, but their union born of shared blood sows the seeds of her unraveling. The mainstream fact Joanna called the Mad by history was Queen of Castile from 15 War, but her rule was overshadowed by claims of insanity. You're wondering how it all went wrong. She's young, educated, fluent in languages, and fiercely devoted to her husband. But Philip's a charmer with a wandering eye, and you're watching Joanna's love turn to obsession. The court buzzes with gossip, her jealousy, her outbursts. You're catching whispers of her sleeping beside Philip's corpse after his death in 1506, a story that's half truth, half legend. Quirky tidbit. Some say she carried his coffin across Spain, refusing to let go, like a gothic rom-com gone terribly wrong. Now picture yourself in Joanna's chambers, the air heavy with myrrh and mistrust. Her parents, Ferdinand and Isabella, were cousins themselves, and her marriage to Philip doubled down on that genetic knot. Their kids, Charles and Ferdinand and their sisters carried the Habsburg curse. Weak health, odd features, and minds stretched thin. You're seeing Joanna's face pale and drawn as she bears 6 children, each one a roll of the genetic dice. Historians still argue whether her madness was real or a convenient excuse for men like her father and son to lock her away and steal her crown. You're feeling the weight of her world now. Joanna's not just a wife, she's a queen, but her power's a mirage. After Philip dies, you're watching her father Ferdinand spread rumors of her instability. He confines her in Tordesillas, a grim castle, where she'll spend decades, her crown reduced to a title. You're walking those cold halls with her, hearing the clink of guards' armor, smelling the damp stone. She's not raving or wild, as the stories claim, just a woman grieving, betrayed, and trapped by a family that prized power over her. Let's pause for a chuckle if you think your family drama's bad. Imagine being locked in a castle because your dad wants your throne and your son's cool with it. You're joking, but for Joanna, it's no laugh. Her confinement's a power grab dressed as concern. You're noticing the pattern. Habsburg daughters like Joanna weren't just victims of inbreeding. They were pawns in a game where their minds and bodies were collateral damage. Zoom in on her health. Inbreeding didn't just mess with Joanna's heart, it messed with her kids. You're picturing her son, Charles V, ruler of half the known world, with that Habsburg jaw, so pronounced he could barely chew. His sisters, like Catherine and Mary, faced their own struggles, fragile health, troubled pregnancies. You're starting to see how Joanna's story isn't just hers. It's a warning of what's coming for the next generation of royal daughters. The court doesn't talk about genetics, they blame God or fate. But you know the truth, too much shared blood. You're wandering through Tordesillas now, where Joanna's kept like a bird in a gilded cage. The windows are barred, the air stale. She's allowed visitors, but they're spies for her father or son, watching for signs of the madness they've pinned on her. You're wondering what she's really like. Some accounts say she was lucid writing letters, managing her household. Others paint her as unhinged, clutching Philip's memory like a lifeline. The truth, probably somewhere in between, but you're leaning toward her being a woman, crushed by loss and betrayal, not a lunatic. Here's another light jab. If you think your ex was bad, try being married to a guy whose death leaves you locked up for 40 years. You're smirking, but Joanna's pain is real. Her story's a case study in how inbreeding and politics collided to ruin a woman's life. Her kids raised in the same system would marry cousins too, passing the genetic torch. You're seeing the cycle now, the way each generation tightened the screws on the next. Let's linger on one weird detail. The Spanish court loved their relics, saints' bones, holy trinkets. But Joanna's obsession with Philip's body wasn't that strange in context. You're chuckling at the thought of her carting a coffin around. But back then, death was a public affair. Royals kept mementos of the dead, and Joanna's grief just got amplified by a court eager to call her mad. You're starting to suspect the madness label was a smear, a way to sideline a queen who wouldn't play along. You're feeling the isolation of her world now, the way the walls of Tordesillas closed in. Her daughters, like Catherine, would face their own trials, married off to cousins in Portugal or Austria. You're remembering that marriage maze from before, the way it trapped women like Joanna in a web of duty and DNA. Her story's a turning point, a glimpse of how inbreeding didn't just weaken bodies, it broke spirits too. As you leave Joanna's castle, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just a tragic figure, she's a warning. The Habsburgs' obsession with blood purity was starting to show cracks, but nobody listened. You're wondering how many other daughters suffered in silence, their stories buried under crowns and gossip. Historians still debate Joanna's mental state, but you're leaning toward her being a victim of a system that valued thrones over lives. Her confinement sets the stage for what's next. More daughters, more marriages, more consequences. You're stepping out of Tordesillas now, the air cooler, the stars brighter. Joanna's story lingers like a ghost, but you're not done. The Habsburg daughters are waiting their lives tangled in the same web. You're ready to dig deeper, to see how this family's choices kept breaking their women one generation at a time. You're still reeling from Joanna of Castile's story, her life locked away in Tordesillas. But now you're diving deeper into the question that haunts her legacy. Was she truly mad? Or was her insanity a convenient lie spun by a power-hungry court? The air around you shifts heavy with the scent of old parchment and betrayal as you step into the Spanish court's shadowy corners. Joanna's fate wasn't just about her blood, it was about politics, and you're about to unravel how her supposed madness became a tool to cage a queen. Picture yourself in a dimly lit chamber, courtiers whispering behind velvet curtains as you piece together the truth of her downfall. Joanna's story, as you saw, was shaped by her marriage to Philip the Handsome, a Habsburg cousin whose death in 1506 broke her heart. But you're not here for tears. You're here to question the narrative, the mainstream fact. After Philip's death, Joanna was declared unfit to rule Castile, and her father Ferdinand. Then her son Charles IV took control, confining her for nearly 50 years. You're squinting at this, now suspicious. A queen fluent in languages raised to rule, suddenly mad. It smells like a setup, and you're sniffing out the clues. Imagine you're Joanna pacing a cold castle floor, your crown a memory. The court says you're unhinged, clinging to Philip's coffin, refusing to eat talking to shadows. But you're noticing gaps in the story. Some accounts written by her keepers describe a woman who's grieving, not insane. She writes letters, manages her household, even negotiates with visitors. You're wondering if her madness was exaggerated to justify stealing her throne. Historians still argue whether Joanna's behavior was mental illness or a normal response to betrayal amplified by a family eager to sideline her. Let's dig into the politics. You're standing in Ferdinand's court, 1506, where power's the only currency. Philip's death leaves Joanna as queen, but a woman ruling alone, unthinkable. You're hearing Ferdinand's advisors murmur she's too emotional, too unstable. They point to her love for Philip, her refusal to remarry, as proof she's lost it. But you're not buying it. Grief isn't madness, and Joanna's devotion was no secret. The quirky tidbit, some courtiers claimed she opened Philip's coffin to check on him, a story that grew legs and painted her as a gothic nutcase. Your chuckling sounds like tabloid gossip, 16th century style. Now picture the stakes. Castile's a prize rich with gold from the New World. You're seeing Ferdinand's game declare Joanna mad, lock her up and rule as regent. Her son Charles later picks up the playbook, keeping her confined while he builds an empire. You're feeling the betrayal now, the way her own family turned her grief into a weapon. Inbreeding plays a role here too. Her parents' cousin marriage, her own to Philip, left her vulnerable, maybe prone to melancholy. But you're thinking the real madness was the system that trapped her. You're wandering through Tordesillas again, that grim castle where Joanna's kept. The walls are damp, the air thick with neglect. You're imagining her days, endless, monotonous, her only company nuns and guards who report her every move. She's not raving as the stories claim, but she's not free either. You're picturing her writing letters sharp and coherent, demanding her rights as queen. Yet the court spins a different tale, one that justifies her cage. You're starting to see how inbreeding didn't just weaken her body, it gave her enemies an excuse to question her mind. Here's a light jab. If you think your family's shady, try being Joanna with a dad and son teaming up to gaslight you out of a kingdom. You're smirking, but the truth stings. Her madness was a convenient fiction, and you're wondering how many other royal daughters got the same treatment. The Habsburg's obsession with blood purity, as you saw in that marriage maze, set the stage. Joanna's kids inherited the same tangled DNA, and you're already dreading their stories. More fragile bodies, more whispered doubts about their sanity. Let's zoom in on the inbreeding angle. You're remembering Joanna's parents, Ferdinand and Isabella cousins, who tied Spain together, but also tied their kids' genes in knots. Joanna's marriage to Philip doubled down, and their children, Charles Ferdinand, and their sisters carried the consequences. You're picturing Charles the Vive, his jaw so deformed he struggled to speak clearly. His sisters, like Catherine, faced infertility and frail health. The court didn't know about genetics, but they saw the results: babies who died, young daughters who faded early. You're shaking your head at the irony. The pure blood they worshipped was poisoning them. Now you're noticing the cultural excuse. In Joanna's time, mental struggles were blamed on demons or divine will, not DNA. You're imagining a court physician, all pomp and no clue, prescribing prayers for Joanna's melancholy. The quirky detail: some believed her grief was a curse from her mother's conquests, like the universe was punishing Spain's ambition. You're rolling your eyes. Sounds like something your superstitious aunt might say about a bad horoscope. But for Joanna, these beliefs meant isolation, not help. You're feeling the claustrophobia of her world, now the way the court turned her pain into proof of weakness. Her daughters, raised in the same system, would face similar pressures, married to cousins judged for their flaws. You're thinking back to that marriage maze, how it locked women like Joanna into roles they couldn't escape. Her confinement wasn't just physical. It was a symbol of how the Habsburgs' inbreeding obsession crushed their daughters' spirits. Here's another chuckle. If you think your boss undermines, you try being a queen whose own kid spreads rumors to keep you locked up. You're joking, but Joanna's reality was brutal. Her story's a turning point, showing how inbreeding and politics intertwined to silence a woman who dared to feel too much. You're wondering how many others suffered like this, their stories buried under the weight of crowns and lies. Before you move on, let's linger on one odd detail. The Spanish court loved their pageantry parades, feasts, even public mourning. Joanna's obsession with Philip's memory wasn't so strange in a world where queens were expected to perform their grief. You're picturing her dressed in black, her love for Philip, the only thing she could control. The court twisted it into madness, but you're seeing it for what it was: a woman fighting to hold on to something in a world that took everything else. You're stepping away from Tordesillas now, but Joanna's shadow follows you. Her story's a warning of what's to come. More daughters, more marriages, more whispers of madness. You're ready to meet Maria of Spain, next to see how the Habsburgs' genetic gamble played out in her fragile frame. the court's still buzzing the air thick with secrets, and you're bracing for the next chapter in this tangled, tragic tale. You're stepping into the delicate world of Maria of Spain, a Habsburg princess whose frail body tells the story of inbreeding's cruel toll. The air around you is warm, scented with rosemary and wax as you wander the opulent courts of 16th century Spain and Austria. Maria, born in 1528 to Charles IV and Isabella of Portugal cousins, naturally carries the weight of her family's tangled bloodline in her fragile frame. You're walking beside her now, her steps slow, her breath shallow, as she navigates a life where her health betrays her at every turn. This is the story of a woman whose body crumbled under the Habsburgs' genetic gamble, a daughter caught in the same web that trapped Joanna before her. Maria's life is a quiet tragedy, less dramatic than Joanna's confinement, but no less painful. You're picturing her as a young girl, pale and slight, her dark eyes sharp, but her body weak. She's married off at 18 to her cousin Maximilian II, because as you've seen, the Habsburgs can't resist doubling down on family ties. You're at their wedding now, all velvet and gold. But there's a tension beneath the fanfare. Maria's health, already fragile, will only worsen, and you're starting to see how inbreeding didn't just shape her fate, it shaped her very bones. The mainstream fact, Maria of Spain, also called Maria of Austria, was Holy Roman Empress through her marriage to Maximilian II, bearing 16 children despite her frail health. You're marveling at that number to 16 kids, each one a genetic roll of the dice. But here's the quirky tidbit. Her famous Habsburg jaw was so pronounced that courtiers whispered she struggled to eat certain foods, like a royal version of trying to chew with a bad dental plan. Historians still argue whether her health issues were purely genetic or worsened by the stress of constant pregnancies and court life. Imagine you're Maria, your corset pinching as you sit through another banquet, your jaw aching, your heart fluttering too fast. The court expects you to be a perfect empress, a fertile bride, but your body's fighting a battle nobody understands. Inbreeding, that tangled mess you saw in Joanna's story, is the culprit. Maria's parents, Charles V and Isabella, were first cousins, and her marriage to Maximilian, another cousin, tightened the genetic knot. You're picturing her children now, some healthy, others, not their faces marked by that telltale Habsburg look, protruding jaws, weak chins, eyes that seem to carry too much weight. You're noticing the physical toll now. Maria's health was a house of cards, delicate, prone to collapse. She suffered fainting spells, headaches, and a heart condition that left her breathless. You're imagining her court physicians with their leeches and potions, blaming her ailments on bad humors or too much melancholy. You're rolling your eyes. Nobody's talking about recessive genes, but you know that's the real story. Her body's a map of inbreeding's damage, from her fragile heart to her brittle bones, and you're wondering how she kept going through 16 pregnancies. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your family's got health quirks, try being Maria, where your jaw's so famous, it's practically a dynasty mascot. You're joking, but for her, it's no laugh. Every pregnancy was a risk. Every illness, a reminder of her bloodline's curse. You're feeling her exhaustion now, the way she pushed through court duties, while her body begged for rest. The Habsburgs' obsession with blood purity, as you saw in that marriage maze, meant women like Maria were expected to produce heirs, no matter the cost to their health. Zoom in on her role as empress. You're in Vienna now, where Maria's trying to be the perfect consort to Maximilian II. She's devout, cultured, a patron of the arts, but her body's failing her. You're picturing her at a grand ball smiling through dizziness, her heart racing as she dances. The court doesn't see her struggle. They see a queen, a mother, a symbol. But you're seeing the truth inbreeding made her life a tightrope. Walk one misstep away from collapse. Her children, like Anna and Rudolph, carried the same genetic baggage, and you're dreading their stories already. Here's another light jab. If you think your gym routine's tough, try being Maria, pushing out 16 kids while your heart's doing cartwheels. You're smirking, but her reality was grim. The court expected her to keep producing heirs, even as her health deteriorated. You're remembering Joanna's confinement, how the Habsburgs turned weakness into a weapon. Maria's luckier, she's not locked away, but her body's a prison of its own, shaped by centuries of cousin marriages. Let's linger on one odd detail. The Habsburgs were so proud of their pure blood that they flaunted their deformities like badges of honor. You're picturing Maria's portrait, her jaw jutting out, painted to look regal, not tragic. The quirky tidbit: some artists softened her features to make her look less Habsburgy, like an early version of Photoshop for royal egos. You're chuckling, but it's a reminder. The court knew the flaws were there, but they kept marrying cousins anyway. You're wandering through Maria's world, now feeling the weight of her role. She's not just a mother or empress. She's a link in the Habsburg chain, her body a battlefield for their ambitions. Her daughters, like Anna, would marry cousins too, keeping the cycle alive. You're thinking back to that marriage maze, how it trapped women like Maria in a web of duty and DNA. Her health struggles weren't just personal. They were a warning of what inbreeding did to an entire dynasty. Now you're noticing the ignorance of her time. Nobody knew about genetics, but they saw the results. Children who died, young daughters who faded early. You're imagining a court physician muttering about divine will while Maria gasps for breath. The mainstream fact is clear inbreeding increased the risk of congenital disorders, like the Habsburgs' mandibular prognathism, that infamous jaw. But the court didn't connect the dots. They blamed fate or God, not their own marriage choices. You're feeling Maria's quiet strength now, the way she endured, despite her body's betrayal. She raised her children, advised her husband, and kept the court running, all while fighting ailments nobody could name. You're wondering how she did it, how she smiled through the pain. Historians debate whether her health issues were purely genetic or compounded by the stress of her role. But you're leaning toward both her bloodline set her up to fail, and her duties pushed her to the edge. As you leave Maria's court, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just a frail empress. She's proof of what happens when a dynasty bets everything on blood purity. You're thinking of Joanna locked away, and how Maria's struggles echo hers, just in a different key. The Habsburg daughters are piling up now, each one a casualty of the same system. You're ready to explore the broader trap of dynastic marriages, next to see how it crushed more women, like Maria, one cousin wedding at a time. You're plunging into the suffocating world of dynastic marriages now, where Europe's royal daughters, like pawns on a gilded chessboard, were traded to cement alliances and preserve bloodlines. The air around you crackles with the scent of ink and ambition as you stand in a grand council chamber, treaties spread across polished tables. The Habsburgs, as you've seen with Joanna and Maria, built their empire on cousin marriages. But you're about to see how this trap ensnared royal daughters across Europe, dooming them to lives of duty and despair. Picture yourself beside a young princess, her fate sealed by a quill scratch,
The owls
her
up
future
there.
tied to a man who shares her blood and her burdens. This marriage game wasn't just a Habsburg quirk. It was the blueprint for Europe's dynasties. You're watching kings and emperors from Spain to France barter their daughters to secure borders or snub rivals. The mainstream fact, dynastic marriages in the 15th and 16th centuries linked Europe's thrones, creating empires like the Habsburgs that stretched from Vienna to Mexico. But the quirky tidbit, these marriages often needed papal dispensations to bypass church rules against incest, like getting a holy hall pass for marrying your uncle. Historians still argue whether these alliances strengthened dynasties or sowed the seeds of their collapse. Imagine you're a princess, maybe 13, your hair braided with pearls as your father announces you'll wed a cousin you barely know. You're picturing Catherine of Aragon, born in 1485, daughter of Ferdinand, and Isabella, shipped to England to marry Arthur Tudor. Then his brother, Henry VIII, after Arthur's death. Her parents were cousins, and the Tudors weren't exactly genetic strangers either. You're feeling her dread now crossing stormy seas to a foreign court, knowing your body's a bargaining chip for Spain's power. Inbreeding's already in her blood, and you're bracing for how it'll shape her life. You're seeing the trap now. These marriages weren't about love or even choice. They were about empire. The Habsburgs, Tudors, and Bourbons played the same game, tying their daughters to cousins or uncles to keep thrones pure. You're remembering Maria's fragile health, Joanna's confinement, both tied to this system. Catherine's story fits the pattern. Her marriages to the Tudors were strategic, but her bloodline, tangled by her parents' cousin union, brought its own curse. You're picturing her in England, her Spanish accent softening her body, struggling through pregnancies that often ended in heartbreak. Let's pause for a chuckle if you think your blind date's awkward. Try being Catherine, married to a guy whose family tree loops back to yours like a bad plot twist. You're joking, but for her, it's no laugh. Her job's to produce heirs, but her body weakened by inbreeding betrays her. You're feeling the pressure now, the way the court watches her womb like it's a stock market. Every miscarriage, every stillbirth is a blow to her value. And you're starting to see how these marriages crushed women under expectations they couldn't meet. Zoom in on the mechanics. Dynastic marriages were contracts, not romances. You're flipping through mental pages of treaties. Spain, allies with Austria. France, courts. Portugal, all sealed with a daughter's hand. The Habsburgs were masters marrying their girls to cousins across Europe. You're thinking of Maria wed to Maximilian II, or Joanna tied to Philip the Handsome. Each wedding tightened the genetic noose, increasing the odds of weak heirs and fragile daughters. The court didn't know about DNA, but they saw the results: babies who didn't survive, princesses who faded young. You're wandering a royal nursery now, where cradles rock with the weight of dynasty. The babies inside, like Catherine's or Maria's, carry the Habsburg curse. Weak hearts, malformed jaws, minds stretched thin. You're imagining a court physician, his remedies as useless as a screen door on a submarine, blaming bad air for a princess's fainting spells. The quirky detail: some royals thought frequent pregnancies strengthened women. Like childbirth was a CrossFit workout for nobility. You're rolling your eyes more. Babies meant more risks, especially when the parents shared too much DNA. Here's another light jab if you think your job's demanding. Try being a royal daughter, expected to pop out heirs, while your body's crumbling like a cheap IKEA shelf. You're smirking, but the reality's grim. Catherine's 7 pregnancies with Henry VIII produced only one surviving child, Mary, who'd face her own health struggles. You're seeing the pattern now, the way inbreeding stacked the deck against these women. Their bodies were battlegrounds, their children proof of a system that valued power over survival. Let's linger on the bigger picture. Dynastic marriages didn't just trap daughters, they shaped Europe. You're picturing a map lines crisscrossing from Madrid to Vienna, each one a wedding that tied thrones, but also genes. The Habsburgs' empire grew, but their daughters paid the price. You're thinking of Catherine, whose miscarriages fueled Henry's frustration, leading to England's break with Rome. Her story's not just personal, it's a domino that tipped history. But her bloodline, like Maria's or Joanna's, carried the same flaws, making every pregnancy a gamble. You're noticing the ignorance now. Nobody in the 1500s knew about genetics, but they saw the fallout, fragile heirs, sickly princesses. You're imagining courtiers whispering about curses when a baby died or a queen miscarried. The mainstream fact is clear inbreeding increased recessive disorders like the Habsburgs' jaw or hemophilia in later royals. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to keep power close. You're shaking your head. They were so obsessed with purity, they missed the poison in their veins. You're feeling the weight of these women's lives now, the way they were pawns in a game bigger than them. Catherine, Maria, Joanna, all bound by the same trap. You're remembering that marriage maze, how it wove a web across Europe, ensnaring daughters in a cycle of duty and decay. Their marriages weren't just alliances, they were genetic time bombs ticking louder with each generation. Historians still debate whether these dynasties could have survived without inbreeding. But you're leaning toward, no, the system was too entrenched, the stakes too high. Here's one more chuckle if you think your family's got baggage. Try being a Habsburg daughter, lugging a family tree that's more like a family wreath. You're joking, but for these women, it was a life sentence. Their bodies, their children, their futures, all shaped by a system that saw them as tools, not people. You're wondering how they endured, how they smiled through the pain of miscarriages or frail health, knowing their role was to keep the dynasty alive no matter the cost. As you step away from this world of treaties and tiaras, you're carrying the weight of their stories. Catherine's struggles, Maria's fragility, Joanna's confinement. They're all threads in the same tapestry, woven by dynastic marriages that promised power, but delivered pain. You're ready to meet Elizabeth of Austria, next to see how this trap played out in her lonely court. The air's still thick with ambition, the ghosts of these daughters whispering, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're slipping into the gilded isolation of Elizabeth of Austria, a Habsburg princess whose lonely court reveals the emotional toll of the dynasty's inbreeding trap. The air around you is crisp, scented with pine and polished wood, as you wander the echoing halls of Vienna's Hofburg Palace in the 19th century. Elizabeth, born in 1837, is married to her cousin Emperor Franz Joseph, and you're walking beside her now, her beauty dazzling, but her eyes distant, as she navigates a life where duty suffocates her spirit. Her story, like Joanna's and Maria's before her, shows how the Habsburgs' obsession with blood purity didn't just break bodies, it broke hearts too. Elizabeth, nicknamed Sisi is a legend, her face immortalized in paintings that hide her inner turmoil. You're picturing her at 16, a Bavarian girl thrust into the rigid Austrian court after marrying Franz Joseph, her first cousin. The marriage, as you've seen in that dynastic maze, was meant to tighten Habsburg ties, but it left Sisi caged in a world that prized her beauty over her soul. You're at her wedding now, all lace and splendor, but there's a hollowness beneath the cheers. Her delicate health and fragile psyche, shaped by generations of inbreeding, make her a prisoner of her own bloodline. The mainstream fact: Elizabeth became Empress of Austria in 1854, but her life was marked by isolation, strict court etiquette, and personal tragedies that fueled her withdrawal from public life. You're wondering how someone so radiant could feel so trapped. She's stunning with waist-length hair and a waist cinched to impossible standards, but her health falters, fainting spells, nervous exhaustion. The quirky tidbit Sisi obsessed over her appearance, spending hours brushing her hair or bathing in donkey milk like a 19th century influencer chasing perfection. Historians still argue whether her fragility was genetic, a product of court pressure, or both. Imagine you're Elizabeth, your corset so tight you can barely breathe, your mother-in-law, Archduchess Sophie, critiquing your every move. The court expects you to be a perfect empress, a fertile bride, but you're crumbling inside. Inbreeding's fingerprints are all over you. Your parents, both Wittelsbachs with Habsburg ties, were cousins, and your marriage to Franz Joseph doubled down on that genetic knot. You're feeling her anxiety now, the way she retreats to her rooms, avoiding the court's prying eyes. Her children, like Rudolph, inherit the same frail health, and you're already dreading their fates. You're noticing the emotional toll now. Sisi's not just physically delicate, her mind's a tightrope. The court's relentless demands, from producing heirs to enduring public scrutiny, wear her down. You're picturing her pacing her chambers, her hair a curtain against the world, as she writes poetry, or starves herself to stay perfect. Inbreeding likely amplified her nervous disposition, a trait seen in her Wittelsbach kin, like her cousin King Ludwig II, who was famously eccentric. You're shaking your head. Nobody knew about genetics, but they saw her fragility and called it hysteria instead. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your in-laws are tough, try being Sisi with a mother-in-law who treats you like a faulty air factory. You're joking, but her reality's grim. Sophie Franz, Joseph's mother, controls everything, even taking Sisi's children to raise them properly. You're feeling her helplessness now, the way her role as empress strips her of agency. The Habsburgs' marriage maze, as you saw with Catherine and Maria, trapped women like Sisi in a cycle of duty, their bloodlines making them vulnerable to both physical and mental strain. Zoom in on her health. You're imagining Sisi's daily routine: hours of exercise, restrictive diets, all to maintain her beauty. But her body betrays her: anemia, insomnia, a cough that lingers. The court physicians, with their outdated remedies, prescribe rest or tonics, clueless about the genetic roots of her weakness. You're remembering Maria's frail heart, Joanna's rumored madness. Sisi's struggles fit the pattern. Her children, especially Rudolph, show the same fragility. And you're starting to see how inbreeding's shadow stretched across centuries, haunting Habsburg daughters. Here's another light jab. If you think your self-care routine's intense, try being Sisi, brushing your hair for 3 hours a day to escape the court's judgment. You're smirking, but her obsession was a shield. The court worshipped her beauty but ignored her pain, and you're wondering how she endured the loneliness. Her marriage to Franz Joseph, meant to unite Habsburg branches, only deepened her isolation. He's devoted, but distant, and you're picturing her staring out palace windows longing for freedom. Let's linger on one odd detail. Cece's fascination with death, writing poems about it, visiting asylums, raised eyebrows. The quirky tidbit she kept a pet monkey and a parrot, like a quirky attempt to fill the void of her lonely court. You're chuckling, imagining her chatting with a parrot, while courtiers gossip about her odd behavior. But you're seeing it now. Her eccentricities were a cry for escape, not madness. Inbreeding likely heightened her nervous tendencies, but the court's suffocating rules pushed her to the edge. You're wandering through the Hofburg, now its halls vast but cold. Cece avoids the court, traveling to Hungary or Corfu, anywhere but Vienna. You're picturing her on horseback, riding to outrun her demons, her health fading with each year. Her son Rudolph's struggles, marked by depression and eventual suicide, mirror her own, and you're feeling the weight of their shared bloodline. The Habsburgs' obsession with purity, as you saw in that marriage maze, didn't just weaken bodies, it fractured minds, leaving daughters like Cece to navigate a world that saw them as symbols, not people. You're noticing the ignorance of her time. The 19th century was starting to grasp genetics. Darwin's work was out there, but the Habsburgs clung to tradition. You're imagining a courtier scoffing at modern nonsense, insisting royal blood was divine. The mainstream fact is clear. Inbreeding increased risks of mental and physical disorders, like the Wittelsbach's predisposition to eccentricity or the Habsburgs' physical frailties. But Cece's court didn't connect the dots. They blamed her weak nerves on her Bavarian upbringing, or her refusal to eat properly. You're feeling Cece's isolation now, the way she was adored, but alone, a star in a gilded cage. Her daughters like Gisela faced their own pressures, married off to cousins in the same dynastic game. You're thinking back to Catherine's miscarriages, Maria's frail health. Cece's story is another verse in the same sad song. Historians debate whether her struggles were genetic or environmental, but you're leaning toward both. Her bloodline set the stage, and the court's cruelty played the tune. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your social life's draining, try being Cece dodging courtiers who critique your every breath while your parrot squawks in the background. You're joking, but her loneliness cuts deep. Her story's a reminder of how the Habsburgs' inbreeding trap didn't just harm bodies. It stole joy, leaving daughters like Cece to wander empty palaces searching for meaning. As you leave the Hofburg, you're carrying Cece's story with you. She's not just a tragic empress. She's proof of what happens when a dynasty's obsession with blood purity traps its daughters in lives of splendor and sorrow. You're ready to explore the physical toll of inbreeding, next to see how it ravaged more royal women, one generation at a time. The air's still heavy with loss, and you're bracing for the next chapter in this tangled, heartbreaking tale. You're wading into the grim reality of inbreeding's physical toll. Now, where the Habsburgs' obsession with blood purity left their daughters with bodies that betrayed them at every turn. The air around you feels heavy, tinged with the metallic scent of old blood and the faint rustle of silk gowns as you step into the candlelit chambers of Europe's royal courts. You're not just looking at princesses like Maria or Elizabeth anymore. You're seeing the wreckage of their health etched in fragile bones and failing organs, all because their family trees were more like tangled vines. Picture yourself beside a royal daughter, her pulse weak, her face pale as she fights a battle her bloodline doomed her to lose. The Habsburgs' genetic gamble didn't just shape their daughters' lives, it broke their bodies. You're thinking back to Maria's frail heart, Elizabeth's fainting spells, and now you're diving deeper into how inbreeding carved its mark into their very flesh. The mainstream fact, inbreeding, led to congenital disorders like mandibular prognathism, the infamous Habsburg jaw that deformed faces and complicated basic functions like eating or speaking. But the quirky tidbit, some princesses wore specially made veils or collars to hide their pronounced jaws, like a 16th century version of contouring gone wrong. Historians still argue whether these physical defects were purely genetic or worsened by the stress of royal life. Imagine you're a Habsburg princess, your jaw so pronounced it aches to chew your teeth, misaligned your breath, shallow from a heart that's never quite strong enough. You're picturing Maria Anna of Spain, born in 1606, daughter of Philip III, and Margaret of Austria. Cousins, of course. Her portraits show that telltale jaw, but they don't show the chronic pain, the digestive issues, or the fatigue that plagued her. You're standing beside her now in a Madrid palace, watching her force a smile through a headache that never seems to fade. Her body's a testament to what happens when cousins marry for generations. You're noticing the patterns now. Inbreeding didn't just give these women odd features, it weakened their entire systems. You're thinking of Maria of Spain with her heart condition,
You're slipping
or
down
Elizabeth with her anemia. The Habsburg daughters faced a laundry list of ailments: brittle bones, weak lungs, infertility, and heart defects. You're imagining a court physician, his remedies as useful as a paper umbrella, in a storm prescribing bloodletting for a princess's weakness. You're shaking your head. Nobody knew about recessive genes, but they saw the results: daughters who collapsed under the weight of their own bloodlines. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your dentist appointments are rough, try being a Habsburg princess, where your jaw's so wonky you need a custom spoon to eat soup. You're joking, but for these women, it was no laugh. Eating, speaking, even breathing could be a struggle. You're feeling their exhaustion now, the way they pushed through court duties, while their bodies screamed for rest. The Habsburgs' marriage maze, as you saw with Catherine and Elizabeth, wasn't just a political trap, it was a genetic one, and their daughters' bodies were the battlefield. Zoom in on the science or lack thereof. In the 16th and 17th centuries, medicine was more guesswork than precision. You're picturing a royal nursery where a princess's cough is blamed on bad air or divine displeasure. The court didn't know about genetics, but they noticed the frail babies, the daughters who died young. You're thinking of Maria Anna's sister, who didn't survive childhood, or her own children, many of whom inherited the same weaknesses. The quirky detail. Some royals believed their ailments were a sign of divine favor, like God was testing their pure blood. You're rolling your eyes more like their DNA was testing their survival. You're wandering through a royal infirmary now, where the air's thick with the smell of herbs and despair. The cradles hold babies with weak hearts. The beds hold princesses with fevers that won't break. You're seeing the Habsburg jaw everywhere, not just a quirky trait, but a symptom of deeper issues. Mandibular prognathism wasn't just cosmetic. It caused dental problems, speech issues, even breathing difficulties. You're picturing Maria Anna trying to deliver a speech, her jaw locking, her voice strained. The court calls her regal, but you know she's fighting her own body every day. Here's another light jab. If you think your workout's tough, try being a Habsburg daughter, where just getting through a banquet without fainting is a marathon. You're smirking, but their reality was brutal. These women were expected to bear heirs, attend ceremonies, and look flawless, all while their bodies crumbled. You're remembering Maria's 16 pregnancies, Catherine's miscarriages, each one a risk amplified by their shared blood. Inbreeding stacked the odds against them, and you're wondering how they kept going. Let's linger on one odd detail. The Habsburgs were so proud of their pure blood that they flaunted their deformities in portraits like a badge of royal authenticity. You're picturing Maria Anna's painting her jaw exaggerated to show her lineage, not her pain. The court saw it as a mark of divine right, but you see it for what it is, a genetic warning sign. The mainstream fact is undeniable. Inbreeding increased the risk of disorders like osteogenesis imperfecta, which left bones brittle, or heart defects that cut lives short. Yet the Habsburgs kept marrying cousins blind to the consequences. You're feeling the weight of these women's lives, now the way their bodies were both throne and prison. You're thinking back to Elizabeth's nervous exhaustion, Joanna's rumored madness. The physical toll was just one piece of the puzzle. These daughters were born to suffer their health, sacrificed for an empire that valued blood over survival. You're imagining Maria Anna's daughter, another Habsburg bride facing the same ailments, married to yet another cousin. The cycle feels endless, and you're starting to see why the Habsburgs' empire eventually cracked. You're noticing the ignorance of their time. The 17th century had no concept of genetic risk. Physicians thought prayer or purging could fix a princess's failing heart. You're chuckling at the thought, imagining a doctor waving incense over Maria Anna's fainting spells. But the truth is darker. These women endured pain. Nobody understood their ailments, blamed on everything but the real culprit. Historians debate whether the Habsburgs could have avoided this by marrying outside the family. But you're leaning toward yes, if only they'd seen the warning signs. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your family's got weird traits, try being a Habsburg, where your jaw's so famous, it's practically a tourist attraction. You're joking, but for these daughters, it was a daily struggle. Their bodies weren't just fragile. They were proof of a system that prized purity over people. You're wondering how many princesses hid their pain behind smiles, how many died young because their blood was too royal. As you step away from this world of frail bodies and failing hearts, you're carrying the weight of their stories. Maria Anna, like Maria and Elizabeth before her, is a casualty of the Habsburgs' genetic gamble. You're ready to explore the mental shadows next to see how inbreeding didn't just break bodies, it fractured minds too. The air's still heavy with the scent of tragedy, and you're bracing for the next chapter in this tangled, heartbreaking tale. You're stepping into the shadowed corners of Catherine of Aragon's world now, where the weight of inbreeding and dynastic duty crushed her dreams of motherhood. The air around you is damp, with the scent of Thames fog and candle wax, as you wander the drafty halls of Tudor England's court. Born in 1485 to Ferdinand and Isabella cousins, naturally Catherine's life is a tale of heartbreak, her body failing her in the one role that defined her worth, producing a male heir. You're walking beside her now, her steps heavy with resolve, her eyes tired from loss, as she faces a court that measures her value by her womb. This is the story of a queen whose barren curse, tied to her tangled bloodline, shaped her fate and England's history. Catherine's story is one you've glimpsed before in that dynastic marriage maze, but now you're diving into her personal struggle. She's sent to England at 15 to marry Arthur Tudor, then after his death, his brother Henry the wife. Both marriages, as you've seen, were strategic, tying Spain to England, but her blood thick with Habsburg and Trastamara. Inbreeding carried a hidden cost. You're at her second wedding now, the air alive with music, but there's a quiet dread in Catherine's heart. Her body, shaped by generations of cousin marriages, will betray her in ways nobody could predict. The mainstream fact: Catherine endured 7 pregnancies with Henry VIII, but only 1 child. Mary survived to adulthood, a tragedy that fueled Henry's quest to annul their marriage. You're wondering how it came to this. She's devout, intelligent, a queen who wins hearts, but her womb becomes her battlefield. The quirky tidbit court gossips whispered her miscarriages were God's judgment on her marrying her brother-in-law, like a divine Yelp review gone sour. Historians still argue whether her fertility struggles were due to inbreeding stress or just brutal luck. Imagine you're Catherine, your body aching. After another loss, the court's eyes on you like vultures. You're kneeling in prayer, asking for a son, but your pregnancies end in stillbirths or babies who die within weeks. Inbreeding's the silent culprit. Your parents' cousin marriage, your own ties to the Habsburgs, stacked the odds against you. You're picturing her in Greenwich Palace, her Spanish retinue whispering prayers, while Henry grows colder, his patience thinning. Her body's not just failing her, it's failing a dynasty, and you're feeling the crushing weight of that expectation. You're noticing the physical toll now. Catherine's health, like Maria's or Elizabeth's, was fragile, frequent illnesses, a weakened constitution. You're imagining her physicians, their remedies as useful as a paper crown, blaming her losses on humors or her piety. Nobody knew about genetics, but you're seeing the pattern: inbreeding, increased risks of miscarriage, and infant mortality. Her daughter Mary, born in 1516, survived, but carried the same frail blood, her own health, shaky as she grew. You're shaking your head. The Tudors and Habsburgs kept marrying cousins, blind to the consequences. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your family planning's stressful, try being Catherine, where every miscarriage is a national crisis, and your husband's eyeing a new wife. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expects heirs, but her body worn by inbreeding and constant pregnancies can't deliver. You're feeling her despair now, the way she clings to her faith, while Henry plots to replace her with Anne Boleyn. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Maria and Elizabeth, didn't just limit her choices, it broke her body and her heart. Zoom in on her role as queen. You're in London now, where Catherine's loved by the people, but increasingly isolated at court. She's a diplomat, a scholar, but her value hinges on a son. You're picturing her sewing baby clothes, only to mourn another loss. Her miscarriages 4, maybe 5, aren't just personal. They're political. Henry's obsession with a male heir drives him to challenge the Pope, sparking England's break with Rome. You're seeing how Catherine's barren curse tied to her bloodline didn't just ruin her marriage, it reshaped history. Here's another light jab. If you think your in-laws are pushy, try being Catherine with a king who blames you for God's bad service in the air department. You're smirking, but her reality's brutal. Her health deteriorates, fevers, weight loss, maybe even early menopause triggered by stress and genetics. You're remembering Maria's frail heart, Elizabeth's anemia. Catherine's struggles fit the pattern. Inbreeding didn't just cause physical defects like the Habsburg jaw. It increased risks of reproductive issues, leaving women like her to bear the blame. Let's linger on one odd detail. The court's obsession with fertility led to bizarre remedies, herbal concoctions, prayers over relics, even amulets to strengthen Catherine's womb. The quirky tidbit: some advisors suggested she avoid spicy foods like her Spanish roots, were the problem not her DNA. You're chuckling imagining her pushing away a plate of saffron rice while the court prays for a miracle. But you're seeing the truth. Her fertility struggles were likely tied to inbreeding, which caused hormonal imbalances or genetic issues in her children. You're wandering through Catherine's world, now feeling the weight of her losses. Each stillbirth, each dead infant chips away at her spirit. You're picturing her, with Mary, her only surviving child, pouring love into a girl who'd face her own trials. The court doesn't see her strength, they see failure. You're thinking back to Joanna's confinement, how the Habsburgs turned weakness into a weapon. Catherine's not locked away, but she's sidelined. Her marriage annulled, her title stripped. Her bloodline, like Maria's, made her vulnerable, and the court's demands finish the job. You're noticing the ignorance of her time. The high 16th century had no grasp of genetics. Miscarriages were blamed on sin or fate. You're imagining a priest lecturing Catherine about divine will while she mourns another loss. The mainstream fact is clear: inbreeding increased the risk of congenital issues, including reproductive failures, as seen in Habsburg and Tudor lines. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to secure alliances, even as their daughters suffered. Historians debate whether Catherine's issues were purely genetic or compounded by stress, but you're leaning toward both. Her blood set her up, and her role sealed her fate. You're feeling Catherine's resilience now, the way she fought for her daughter's rights, even as Henry cast her aside. She's not just a tragic queen, she's a mother, a believer holding on to dignity in a world that devalued her. You're wondering how she endured, how she faced each loss with grace. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Maria's frailty and Elizabeth's loneliness. The dynastic marriage trap didn't just limit these women, it broke them body and soul. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your dating life's rough, try being Catherine, where your husband starts a new religion just to ditch you. You're joking, but her pain lingers. Her barren curse wasn't just personal, it was a symptom of a system that prized blood over survival. You're ready to explore the mental shadows, next to see how inbreeding didn't just ravage bodies, but fractured minds, leaving daughters like Catherine to carry the weight of a cursed dynasty. As you leave Catherine's court, the air heavy with loss, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just a queen who failed to produce a son, she's proof of how inbreeding and duty crushed royal daughters. The ghosts of these women whisper, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're stepping into the flickering shadows of the Habsburgs' mental landscape now, where inbreeding didn't just weaken bodies, but sparked crises of the mind. The air around you is thick with the scent of incense and unease as you wander the hushed corridors of 17th century European courts. Royal daughters, like those you've met, Joanna Maria Catherine, carried not only frail frames, but fragile psyches their mental health strained by the tangled bloodlines that defined their lives. Picture yourself beside a princess. Her eyes haunted her thoughts, a maze, as she battles demons her blood helped conjure. This is the story of how inbreeding cast long, dark shadows over the minds of Europe's royal daughters. The Habsburgs' genetic knot, as you've seen, tied their daughters to cousins and uncles, but it also tied their minds in knots. You're diving into a world where madness was a convenient label, but the truth was messier genetics. Stress and isolation wove a perfect storm. The mainstream fact, inbreeding, increased the risk of mental health issues like depression and anxiety, seen in Habsburg descendants across generations. The quirky tidbit: some courts believed royal melancholy was a divine trait, like God gave them poetic gloom to match their crowns. Historians still argue whether these mental struggles were purely genetic or amplified by the crushing weight of royal duty. Imagine you're a Habsburg princess, maybe Anna of Austria, born in 1601, daughter of Philip III and Margaret of Austria, cousins, of course. You're married to Louis XIX of France, another distant cousin, because the Habsburgs can't quit their family tree obsession. You're in Paris, now the Louvre's stone walls cold, the court's eyes colder. Your mind's a tightrope, moments of clarity mixed with waves of despair. You're picturing Anna, her Spanish accent softening her heart, heavy with the pressure to produce an heir, while her thoughts spiral. Inbreeding's in her blood, and you're seeing how it frays her nerves. You're noticing the mental toll now. Anna's not alone. Her kin, like Elizabeth or Joanna, faced similar shadows. Inbreeding amplified traits like anxiety or mood swings seen in the Wittelsbachs and Habsburgs alike. You're thinking of Elizabeth's nervous exhaustion, Joanna's rumored madness. Anna's struggles fit the pattern. She's devout, dutiful, but prone to bouts of melancholy that leave her withdrawn. You're imagining her court physicians, their cures as useless as a broken compass, prescribing prayers or fasting for her black bile. Nobody knew about genetic predispositions, but you're seeing the truth. Her bloodline set her up for struggle. Let's pause for a chuckle if you think your bad days are rough. Try being Anna, where your low mood's blamed on demons, and your only therapy's a priest with a rosary. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expects her to smile, bear airs, and charm France, but her mind's a battlefield. You're feeling her isolation now, the way she's caught between Spain's expectations and France's demands. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Catherine and Elizabeth, didn't just break bodies. It strained minds, leaving daughters like Anna to navigate a world that saw their struggles as weakness. Zoom in on her life. You're in the French court, where Anna's role as queen is both a crown and a cage. She's expected to unite Habsburg and Bourbon interests, but her marriage to Louis XV is shaky. His disinterest, her miscarriages, the court's gossip, all weigh on her. You're picturing her writing letters to Spain, her words sharp, but her tone weary. Inbreeding likely heightened her emotional fragility, a trait seen in her relatives. Her cousin Maria Anna had similar struggles, and you're starting to see how the Habsburg bloodline carried not just physical flaws, but mental ones too. Here's another light jab. If you think your family drama's intense, try being Anna, where your husband barely talks to you, and your in-laws think your sadness is a Spanish plot. You're smirking, but her reality's grim. Her mental health, like Elizabeth's or Joanna's, was a casualty of inbreeding and expectation. You're remembering Joanna's confinement, how her madness was a convenient excuse to sideline her. Anna's luckier she's not locked away, but her melancholy's a quiet prison, her thoughts clouded by a bloodline that's too tightly woven. Let's linger on one odd detail. The French court was obsessed with astrology, and some blamed Anna's moods on a bad star alignment, like her depression was written in the cosmos. The quirky tidbit: her ladies-in-waiting kept a mood journal to track her melancholy, like an early version of a mental health app with zero insight. You're chuckling, imagining courtiers squinting at the stars, while Anna wrestles with despair. But you're seeing the truth. Her struggles were likely tied to inbreeding, which increased risks of neurological issues, compounded by the stress of a loveless marriage. You're wandering through Anna's world, now feeling the weight of her role. She's not just a queen, she's a bridge between dynasties, her mind strained by the pressure to perform. Her children, like Louis Antoine, carry the same genetic baggage, and you're dreading their stories. The court doesn't see her pain, they see a Spanish outsider, her sadness a flaw. You're thinking back to Catherine's barren curse, how her bloodline and duty broke her. Anna's mental struggles are another verse in the same song, her mind fraying under the Habsburg curse. You're noticing the ignorance of her time. The 17th century had no concept of mental health. Melancholy was a sin, a curse, or a noble quirk. You're imagining a courtier suggesting Anna cheer up with a mask, as if dancing could fix her wiring. The mainstream fact is clear. Inbreeding heightened risks of mental disorders, like the Habsburgs' documented cases of depression or the Wittelsbach's eccentricity. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to secure alliances, even as their daughters' minds crumbled. Historians debate whether Anna's melancholy was genetic or situational, but you're leaning toward both. Her blood set the stage, and her life wrote the tragedy. You're feeling Anna's quiet strength, now, the way she endured, despite her inner storms. She's not raving like Joanna's legend, but she's not free either. Her mind's a maze, her role a burden. You're wondering how she kept going, how she faced each day with grace. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Maria's frailty and Elizabeth's loneliness. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it pushed their minds to the edge, leaving them to fight battles nobody could see. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your therapy sessions are pricey, try being Anna, where your only counselor's a priest who thinks your sadness is a test from God. You're joking, but her struggle cuts deep. Her mental health, like her kin's, was a casualty of a system that valued blood over sanity. You're ready to explore the court's cruel gossip, next to see how these daughters' flaws, physical and mental, became fodder for whispers that cut deeper than knives. As you leave Anna's court, the air heavy with unspoken pain, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just a melancholy queen. She's proof of how inbreeding fractured minds as surely as it broke bodies. The ghosts of these daughters linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're slipping into the venomous buzz of court gossip now, where whispers about royal daughters' flaws, physical and mental, cut deeper than any sword. The air around you hums with the scent of lavender and malice as you tiptoe through the opulent halls of 17th century European palaces. The Habsburg daughters, like Anna, Catherine, and Elizabeth, weren't just battling their bloodlines. They faced a court that mocked their weaknesses, turning their struggles into fodder for cruel chatter. Picture yourself beside a princess, her head high, but her heart bruised, as courtiers smirk behind their fans, dissecting her every imperfection. This is the story of how gossip became a weapon, amplifying the pain of inbreeding's curse. The courts of Europe were like echo chambers, amplifying every flaw in a royal daughter's body or mind. You're thinking back to Anna's melancholy, Catherine's barrenness, Elizabeth's nervous fragility, each one a target for whispers that spread like wildfire. The mainstream fact court gossip in the Renaissance and Baroque eras was a powerful tool often used to undermine or control royals, especially women like Anne of Austria, whose Spanish roots and mental struggles made her a lightning rod for criticism. The quirky tidbit. Some courtiers kept secret diaries like 17th century Yelp reviews, rating princesses' looks or sanity with brutal glee. Historians still argue whether this gossip reflected truth or was a deliberate smear to weaken royal women. Imagine you're Anne, Queen of France, your Spanish accent, a constant reminder of your outsider status. You're in the Louvre, 1615, your gown stiff with embroidery, your mind heavy with doubt. The court whispers about your melancholy, your failure to produce an heir quickly, even your Habsburg jaw, less pronounced than some, but still a mark of your bloodline. You're catching their smirks now, the way they mock your somber moods or your devotion to prayer. Inbreeding's left its mark on you, maybe a tendency toward anxiety, maybe a fragile constitution, but the gossip makes it worse, turning your struggles into a public spectacle. You're noticing the cruelty now. Gossip wasn't just idle chatter, it was a weapon. You're picturing Anne's ladies-in-waiting, their smiles, hiding barbs, whispering that her sadness is a Spanish plot to weaken France. Her mental struggles, as you saw, were likely tied to inbreeding. But the court doesn't care about genetics. They see weakness and pounce. You're remembering Joanna's madness, how her grief was twisted into a reason to lock her away. Anne's not confined, but she's trapped in a different cage. Her every move judged her flaws, exaggerated by a court hungry for scandal. Let's pause for a chuckle if you think your group chat's savage. Try being Anne, where courtiers gossip about your mood swings like it's a reality show called Who's the Craziest Queen? You're joking, but her pain's real. The court's whispers aren't just mean, they're strategic. By painting Anne as unstable or barren, her enemies undermine her influence, making her seem unfit for her role. You're feeling her isolation now, the way she tries to hold her head high, while rumors chip away at her dignity. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Catherine and Elizabeth, didn't just break bodies. It left women like Anne vulnerable to slander. Zoom in on the gossip's impact. You're in a Parisian salon where courtiers trade barbs like currency. Anne's miscarriages, too, before Louis XIV's birth in 1638, are fodder for whispers. Some say she's cursed, others, that her Spanish blood's tainted. You're shaking your head, her blood's the problem? Sure, but not because of curses. Inbreeding, as you've seen, increased risks of reproductive issues and mental fragility, but the court blames her personally, not her lineage. You're picturing her hearing the rumors, her heart sinking as she prays for a son to silence them. Here's another light jab. If you think your coworkers talk behind your back, try being a Habsburg daughter, where your jawline's a punchline and your sadness a scandal. You're smirking, but the reality's harsh. Anne's not alone. Other royal daughters like Maria Anna of Spain faced similar whispers about their health or looks. The Habsburg jaw, that genetic trademark, was mocked in private, even if portraits painted it as regal. You're imagining courtiers snickering about Maria Anna's teeth, misaligned from her pronounced jaw, like it's her fault her ancestors married cousins. Let's linger on one odd detail. The French court loved caricatures, and some artists sketched royal daughters with exaggerated features, jaws like lanterns, eyes too wide like a cruel proto-meme. The quirky tidbit, these sketches were passed around in secret, a way to mock without being caught. You're chuckling, picturing a courtier hiding a drawing under a table. But you're seeing the truth. Gossip wasn't just words. It was a culture that turned inbreeding scars into entertainment. For women like Anne, every whisper was a reminder of their bloodline's flaws exposed for all to judge. You're wandering through the court, now feeling the weight of those stares. Anne's trying to be a queen, a wife, a mother, but the gossip paints her as a failure. Her melancholy, likely amplified by inbreeding, becomes a scandal, her miscarriages a sign of weakness. You're thinking back to Catherine's barren curse, how her losses were blamed on divine wrath. Anne's story is another verse. Her struggles, genetic or not, are twisted into proof she's unfit. The court doesn't know about recessive genes, but they see her frailty and wield it like a blade. You're noticing the ignorance of their time. The 17th century had no concept of mental health or genetic disorders. Sadness was a sin, physical flaws a curse. You're imagining a courtier suggesting Anne smile more to cure her melancholy, like it's that simple. The mainstream fact is clear: inbreeding, increased risks of neurological and physical issues seen in the Habsburgs' anxiety and deformities. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to keep power close, even as their daughters faced ridicule. Historians debate whether gossip was a deliberate tool to control these women, or just a cruel byproduct of court life. But you're leaning toward both. It weakened them and served the powerful. You're feeling Anne's resilience now, the way she endured, despite the whispers. She's not just a queen, she's a survivor, navigating a court that thrives on her pain. Her son Louis XIV will carry the same bloodline, his own health, a gamble. You're wondering how she faced each day, how she ignored the snickers to raise a king. Her story's another thread in the Habs. The gossip didn't just hurt, it shaped how these women were seen. Their struggles turned into sport. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your social media's brutal, try being Anne, where a bad day means a pamphlet calling you a gloomy Spaniard with a wonky jaw. You're joking, but her struggle cuts deep. The court's gossip was a mirror reflecting inbreeding's damage, back at these daughters making their pain public. You're ready to meet Margaret of Austria, next to see how she bore her pain in silence, another victim of the Habsburgs' cursed bloodline. As you leave the buzzing court, the air thick with betrayal, you're carrying Anne's story with you. She's not just a gossiped about queen, she's proof of how inbreeding scars, physical and mental, were weaponized by a cruel court. The whispers linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in this tangled, tragic tale. You're stepping into the quiet, resilient world of Margaret of Austria, a Habsburg daughter, whose silent endurance speaks volumes about the toll of inbreeding and dynastic duty. The air around you is cool, scented with old books and fading roses, as you wander the somber halls of her court in the early 16th century. Born in 1480, daughter of Maximilian and Mary of Burgundy. Margaret's life is a study in strength, her heart and body tested by loss, and a bloodline that betrayed her. Picture yourself beside her, her gaze steady but weary, as she navigates a world that demands her sacrifice while offering little in return. This is the story of a woman who bore her pain in silence, her struggles hidden beneath a regal facade. Margaret's life reads like a litany of losses, each one tied to the Habsburgs' tangled bloodline and their marriage maze. You're recalling that web of dynastic unions, Joanna's confinement, Catherine's barrenness, Anne's melancholy, and now you're seeing how Margaret fits the pattern. She's married off multiple times, first to a Spanish prince, then a Savoyard duke, each union a strategic knot in the Habsburg tapestry. You're at her first wedding, now a young girl of 17 sent to Spain to marry Juan, son of Ferdinand, and Isabella cousins, naturally. The air's alive with celebration, but there's a shadow over her, a hint of the grief to come. The mainstream fact, Margaret of Austria served as regent of the Netherlands from 1507, a capable ruler, despite personal tragedies, including the loss of 2 husbands and her only child. You're marveling at her strength. She's widowed twice by 24, yet she governs with a steady hand. The quirky tidbit, she kept a collection of exotic animals like parrots and monkeys, as if filling the void of her losses with their chatter. Historians still argue whether her resilience was a triumph over her bloodline's weaknesses or a mask for the pain she buried deep. Imagine you're Margaret, your heart scarred from losing Juan, then Philibert of Savoy, your body worn by a stillbirth that ended your hopes of motherhood. Inbreeding's mark is subtle but present. Your parents were distant cousins, and your marriages tightened the genetic coil. You're picturing her in Mechelen, her court, a haven of art and music, but her private moments heavy with grief. Her health's fragile chronic headaches, a weak constitution, but she hides it, her face composed as she signs decrees. You're feeling her quiet strength now, the way she carries on despite a body and heart that ache. You're noticing the physical toll now, like Maria's frail heart or Catherine's barrenness. Margaret's body bears inbreeding scars. Her stillbirth a crushing blow, likely ties to the genetic risks you've seen. Miscarriages and infant mortality were common in Habsburg lines. You're imagining her physicians, their remedies as useless as a broken quill, blaming her losses on fate or weak blood. Nobody knew about genetics, but you're seeing the pattern. Her family's cousin marriages increased the odds of reproductive failure, leaving her to mourn alone. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your family reunions are heavy, try being Margaret, where every marriage ends in a funeral, and your only kid's a memory. You're joking, but her pain's real. She's expected to keep producing heirs, governing provinces, all while her body betrays her. You're feeling her isolation now, the way she buries her grief to rule the Netherlands. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Anne and Catherine, didn't just limit her choices. It stole her chance at motherhood, leaving her to carry her pain in silence. Zoom in on her role as regent. You're in Mechelen now, where Margaret's court is a beacon of culture. She fosters artists, collects books, raises her nephew, Charles V. But behind her poise, you're seeing the cost. Her health falters, migraines, fatigue, maybe a heart condition like Maria's. Inbreeding likely amplified these issues, as it did for her kin. You're picturing her writing letters late at night, her hand steady, but her head pounding. Her nephew Charles carries the same bloodline, his Habsburg jaw, a reminder of the genetic price she paid. Here's another light jab. If you think your job's demanding, try being Margaret, ruling a province, while your body's screaming for a nap and your heart's mourning a child. You're smirking, but her reality's grim. She's not just a regent, she's a survivor, navigating a world that expects her to be flawless. You're remembering Elizabeth's loneliness, how the court ignored her pain. Margaret's different. She's active, powerful, but her silence about her struggles speaks volumes. Inbreeding didn't just weaken her body, it left her vulnerable to losses that shaped her life. Let's linger on one odd detail. Margaret's court was famous for its music, and she composed poems and songs, some hinting at her grief. The quirky tidbit, she kept a lock of her second husband's hair, a quiet memento she never showed the court, like a secret kept from gossip's reach. You're chuckling, picturing her tucking it away, while courtiers chatter about her cold demeanor. But you're seeing the truth. Her silence was her shield, protecting her pain from a world that mocked weakness, as you saw with Anne's court gossip. You're wandering through Margaret's world now, feeling the weight of her losses. She's not just a regent, she's a woman who turned grief into governance. Her strength a defiance of her bloodline's curse. Her siblings like Philip the Handsome and her nephew Charles carried the same genetic baggage, fragile health, odd features. You're thinking back to Catherine's barren curse, how her losses were blamed on fate. Margaret's stillbirth fits the pattern her body, another casualty of the Habsburgs' marriage maze, where cousin unions stacked the odds against her. You're noticing the ignorance of her time. The 16th century saw illness as divine will or bad luck. Nobody linked stillbirths to genetics. You're imagining a court physician prescribing herbs for Margaret's melancholy, clueless about the recessive genes at play. The mainstream fact is clear. Inbreeding increased risks of congenital issues, like reproductive failures, seen in Habsburg daughters. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to secure power, even as women like Margaret suffered. Historians debate whether her health issues were genetic or stress-induced, but you're leaning toward both. Her bloodline set the stage, and her losses wrote the tragedy. You're feeling Margaret's quiet endurance now, the way she ruled despite her pain. She's not locked away like Joanna, not mocked like Anne, but her silence is its own prison. You're wondering how she kept going, how she faced each loss with grace. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Maria's frailty and Elizabeth's loneliness. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it stole their futures, leaving them to bear their pain alone. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your therapy's pricey, try being Margaret, where your only comfort's a pet parrot and a court that thinks your grief's a policy flaw. You're joking, but her struggle cuts deep. Her silent pain, like her kin's, was a casualty of a system that valued blood over survival. You're ready to explore the powerlessness of these princesses, next to see how inbreeding stripped them of agency, one cousin marriage at a time. As you leave Margaret's court, the air heavy with unspoken sorrow, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just a regent, she's proof of how inbreeding and duty forced royal daughters to bury their pain. The ghosts of these women linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're plunging into the stifling world of powerless princesses now, where inbreeding and dynastic ambition stripped Habsburg daughters of agency, leaving them as pawns in a game they couldn't win. The air around you is heavy with the scent of wax seals and old velvet as you slip through the grand but suffocating halls of 16th century courts. These women, like Margaret, Catherine, and Anne, weren't just battling fragile bodies or fragile minds. They were robbed of control their lives scripted by a system that valued their blood over their will. Picture yourself beside a young princess, her hands bound by invisible chains, her future dictated by a family tree that's more like a cage. The Habsburgs' marriage maze, as you've seen, tied their daughters to cousins and uncles, but it also tied their hands, leaving them with little say in their fates. You're focusing on how inbreeding amplified this powerlessness, making these women vulnerable to manipulation and marginalization. The mainstream fact: royal daughters in the Renaissance were often married off as teenagers to secure alliances with no input on their husbands or futures, as seen with Margaret of Austria's multiple marriages. The quirky tidbit: some princesses were betrothed as toddlers, their lives planned before they could talk, like a royal version of signing a contract you can't read. Historians still argue whether this lack of agency was purely cultural or exacerbated by inbreeding's physical and mental toll. Imagine you're a Habsburg princess, perhaps Maria of Austria, born in 1531, sister to Joanna and daughter of Charles V. You're married at 17 to your cousin Maximilian II because the Habsburgs can't resist doubling down on family ties. You're in Vienna now, your gown heavy with gold thread, your voice silenced by a court that sees you as a womb, not a woman. Inbreeding's left its mark, maybe a weak heart, maybe a nervous disposition, but the real prison is your lack of choice. You're picturing Maria, her face composed, but her eyes distant, as she shipped from Spain to Austria to seal an alliance she didn't choose. You're noticing the powerlessness now. Maria's role, like Margaret's or Catherine's, is to bear heirs and look regal, but her opinion's irrelevant. You're thinking back to Anne's melancholy mocked by courtiers, or Joanna's confinement justified by madness. Inbreeding made these women vulnerable, fragile health, anxious minds, and the court used those weaknesses to keep them in check. You're imagining Maria's wedding, the vows a script she didn't write. Her body weakened by her parents' cousin marriage is a tool for dynasty, not a vessel for her own dreams. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your life's planned out, try being Maria, where your wedding's set before you can spell Habsburg. You're joking, but her reality's grim. She's expected to produce heirs, smile through banquets, and ignore the whispers about her health or her husband's disinterest. You're feeling her frustration now, the way she's trapped in a role that demands everything but gives nothing back. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Margaret and Anne, didn't just harm bodies, it stripped these women of agency, leaving them to navigate a world that saw them as props. Zoom in on Maria's life. You're in the Austrian court, where she's empress mother to 16 children, but powerless in her own story. Her health, like her sister Joanna's, is frail, fainting spells, chronic fatigue, but she has no say in her duties. You're picturing her in labor again and again, her body worn by pregnancies that carry the genetic risks of inbreeding. Her children, like Rudolph and Anna, inherit the same flaws, weak constitutions, odd features. You're shaking your head. The court expects her to keep going, no matter the cost, because her blood's too pure to waste. Here's another light jab. If you think your boss micromanages, try being Maria, where your whole life's a treaty written by someone else. You're smirking, but her powerlessness cuts deep. She's not locked away like Joanna, not mocked like Anne, but her lack of control is just as real. You're remembering Catherine's barren curse, how her inability to produce a son cost her everything. Maria's fertility saves her from that fate, but it binds her to a different prison, endless pregnancies, endless expectations, no escape. Let's linger on one odd detail. The Habsburgs loved their elaborate betrothal ceremonies, and some princesses like Maria were married by proxy before even meeting their husbands. The quirky tidbit, a stand-in groom, sometimes a random noble, would say the vows like a bizarre rehearsal for a wedding you didn't choose. You're chuckling, picturing a confused lord, pretending to be Maximilian II, while Maria stands there, her future sealed by someone else's words. But you're seeing the truth. Her agency was stolen from childhood. Her bloodline, making her both valuable and vulnerable. You're wandering through Maria's world, now feeling the weight of her role. She's not just an empress. She's a cog in the Habsburg machine. Her body and life spent to keep the dynasty alive. Her children raised in the same system will marry cousins too, perpetuating the cycle. You're thinking back to Margaret's silent pain, how she buried her grief to rule. Maria's powerlessness is quieter, but no less real. Her health, her future, her choices, all dictated by a bloodline that's starting to fray. You're noticing the ignorance of her time. The 16th century saw women as vessels for dynasty, their health secondary to their wombs. You're imagining a courtier dismissing Maria's fatigue as womanly weakness, clueless about the genetic risks of her cousin marriage. The mainstream fact is clear: inbreeding increased congenital issues, like heart defects or infertility seen across Habsburg daughters. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to secure power, even as women like Maria paid the price. Historians debate whether their powerlessness was purely cultural or worsened by inbreeding's toll, but you're leaning toward both. Her blood made her fragile, and her role made her voiceless. You're feeling Maria's quiet endurance now, the way she bore 16 children, despite her health, the way she smiled through a court that ignored her will. She's not a tragic figure like Joanna, not a target like Anne, but her lack of agency is its own tragedy. You're wondering how she kept going, how she faced each pregnancy knowing the risks. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Catherine's losses and Elizabeth's loneliness. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it erased their voices, leaving them to serve a dynasty that broke them. Here's one more chuckle if you think your schedule's tight. Try being Maria, where your life's a royal to-do list written by dead ancestors. You're joking, but her struggle's real. Her powerlessness, like her kin's, was a casualty of a system that valued blood over choice. You're ready to meet Mary Tudor, next to see how her fragile reign bore the scars of inbreeding, another daughter, crushed by the weight of a cursed dynasty. As you leave Maria's court, the air thick with unspoken dreams, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just an empress, she's proof of how inbreeding and duty stripped royal daughters of agency, leaving them to navigate a world that demanded everything and gave nothing back. The ghosts of these women linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're stepping into the embattled world of Mary Tudor, England's first queen regnant, whose fragile reign bears the scars of inbreeding and the crushing weight of her lineage. The air around you is damp, with London fog, scented with wood smoke and wax, as you wander the tense halls of her court in the 1550s. Born in 1516 to Catherine of Aragon and Henry IV, Mary carries the genetic baggage of her mother's Habsburg blood her body, and reign weakened by a dynasty that valued blood over survival. Picture yourself beside her, her face pale, her resolve fierce as she fights to rule a kingdom while her health falters under the strain of her cursed inheritance. Mary's story is one of defiance and despair, a daughter of the dynastic marriage trap you've seen with Maria Margaret and Anne. Her mother's cousin marriage and her own ties to the Habsburgs left her vulnerable, her reign a battle against both her enemies and her own body. You're in her court now, the air thick with whispers of rebellion as she takes the throne in 1553 after years of being sidelined. The mainstream fact Mary, known as Bloody Mary, ruled England from 1553 to 1558, her reign marked by religious strife and health struggles that threatened her legacy. The quirky tidbit she suffered from phantom pregnancies, convincing herself and her court she was pregnant only for her hopes to collapse. Historians still argue whether her health issues were genetic stress-induced or a mix of both. Imagine you're Mary, your body aching, your heart heavy with the need to secure your throne with an heir. You're married to Philip II of Spain, your cousin through the Habsburg line, because as you've seen, keeping it in the family was the royal way. The wedding's grand, but there's a chill in your bones. Your health's been frail since childhood, with headaches, weak vision, and irregular cycles. You're picturing her in Greenwich Palace praying for a child, her body swollen with what she believes is life, only to learn it's a cruel trick of her biology. Inbreeding's mark is on her, and you're seeing how it shapes her reign. You're noticing the physical toll now. Mary's health, like Maria's heart or Catherine's barrenness, is a casualty of her bloodline. Her mother's cousin marriage increased the odds of congenital issues, and Mary's symptoms, chronic pain, possible endometriosis, or even tumors fit the pattern. You're imagining her physicians, their remedies as useless as a broken scepter, prescribing herbs for her hysteria. Nobody knew about genetics, but you're seeing the truth. Inbreeding likely caused hormonal imbalances, making her phantom pregnancies a heartbreaking echo of Catherine's losses. Let's pause for a chuckle if you think your doctor's visits are frustrating. Try being Mary, where your pregnancy's a national headline, and your doctor thinks it's all in your head. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expects her to produce an heir to secure her Catholic restoration, but her body, weakened by her bloodline, betrays her. You're feeling her desperation now, the way she clings to hope, while her advisors whisper doubts. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Maria and Margaret, didn't just limit her choices. It left her vulnerable to a body that couldn't fulfill her role. Zoom in on her reign. You're in London, where Mary's fighting to restore Catholicism, burning heretics to prove her strength. But her health undermines her fever-swelling fatigue. You're picturing her at council meetings, her voice firm, but her hands trembling. Her marriage to Philip II, meant to tie England to Spain, brings no children, only disappointment. Her phantom pregnancies, 2, maybe 3, are public humiliations, the court's hope turning to pity. You're thinking back to Anne's mocked melancholy, how gossip turned weaknesses into weapons. Mary's frailty, genetic or not, becomes a chink in her armor. Here's another light jab if you think your family's expectations are high. Try being Mary, where your womb's a political asset, and your pregnancy a national crisis. Hey guys, tonight we slip into the moonlit streets of ancient Athens. Her health issues, likely tied to dance on marble, make her reign a certain tightrope walk with a goddess's blessing. You're remembering Catherine's miscarriages. Picture yourself standing on a dusty hill. The Acropolis, Mary's phantom pregnancies are a crueler twist. Its columns, her body promises life, then snatches the air smells of olive oil. The court doesn't see her pain. Nearby they see a queen who's failing, there's a prickle on and you're feeling the weight of their judgment. Let's linger on one not just the drunk stumbling home. Mary's court was obsessed with omens, and some blamed her childlessness on a curse from her father's break with Rome without feeling its gaze. A quirky tidbit. So before you get her ladies-in-waiting sewed baby clothes during her pregnancy and subscribe, only to pack them away if you genuinely enjoy what you're chuckling, picturing the awkward moment with your location and local time. I'm curious where you're chilling tonight. Her phantom pregnancies were likely tied to genetic issues, turn on a fan like hormonal disorders common in inbred lines. Let's ease into tonight's journey bloodline like Maria's in Athens or Elizabeth 400 set her up for failure, and the city's alive. And even at this expectations crushed torches flicker along the agora. You're wandering through Mary's world, jittery shadows feeling the weight of her crown. Now shuddered, she's not just a queen. You hear she's laughter, a woman fighting her faint pluck, and her enemies, and the clink of wine her reign cups from flicker of defiance against a bloodline that betrayed her. But above it all, there's her cousin Elizabeth. Like I will inherit the throne. You glance Mary's story is a warning of what inbreeding did to royal daughters. Its eyes like twin You're thinking back to Margaret's silent pain, how she buried her grief to rule. It's the Mary's fragility as Athena, goddess of her wisdom, war, her pregnancy, and all things Athens her reign holds dear, all shaped by a dynasty. The owl's not here for a casual survival. It's got noticing the ignorance and you're about to find out what. The 16th century saw illness as divine. You're trudging along a cobblestone path, phantom sandals kicking up dust. You're imagining a court physician muttering about the city's a maze of whitewashed houses. Prays for a miracle. Their flat roofs glowing. The main sky so clear inbreeding increased risks of reproductive and hormonal disorders. Sleepy. Seen in Habsburg. Philosophers argue in courtyards, but the sailors swung to tradition by the docks, marrying cousins to secure alliances, scribbling verses about women like her suffered or both. Historians debate whether her health issues were purely genetic by the chaos, or worsened by Athena's eyes in the dark. But you're leaning her way of keeping tabs on her city when the sun's not looking. And her reign raised the stakes. The Athenians loved this bird. You're feeling so Mary's resolve now. They stamped it on their silver the way she fought for her faith coins and her throne. Pick one up, despite her body's beady eyes glaring back. She's not locked away like Joanna, not mocked like Anne. Here's a quirky but her fragility defines her reign. Swore the owl could predict. You're wondering how she endured. If it hooted 3 times before dawn, hope with courage. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Catherine's loss sure if it was true, and Maria's but frailty. They believed it. And that's the marriage maze didn't just trap historians these women. Still argue whether it left them just a symbol against their own if biology. Athena literally sent their reign shaped by a curse enchanted to report back. Here's one more chuckle. Really if you think your life's pressure is no one knows. But as you stand there feeling those empty wombs sparks it's hard not to wonder, and your doctor prescribes incense. You keep walking the city, but her struggle cuts something around you. Her fragile reign, like her kin's fragile body, ghost, was a casualty of inbreeding you and duty. Its wings cut you're ready to explore the scientific ignorance of the time. And you can't shake the feeling how the court's blindness to genetics is judging your courage. These daughters, your wisdom, one cousin. Marriage or maybe it just knows as you snuck an extra fig from that the air thick with unfulfilled hopes. Either way. It's not just a story with you. It's a presence. She's not just a reminder that Athens belongs to Athena. She's proof of how she's not one to let her city slip into chaos, leaving them to fight battles they couldn't win. Marble steps cool under your feet, linger, and you notice a small offering of next chapter left at in their tangled, tragic Someone's been praying. You're diving into the fog of scientific ignorance now. Where Europe's royal court isn't just blind to the perils of inbreeding, it's tied to Athena's old daughters' wisdom, strategy, and protection. The air around wasn't just a city with the scent of musty tomes, built on herbal remedies and bronze, as you slipped up to empires like Persia, 16th and 17th century palaces. The owl, the Habsburg unblinking stare, Mary Maria Margaret, was like Athena's faced fragile bodies, a promise that this city didn't but the courts around them when the clueless about genetics blamed their ailments on curses, whispering stars or divine will. Keep it together. Picture yourself beside a princess. I'm watching. Her pulse weak, her physicians muttering nonsense. The goddess is watching the real culprit. Her tangled bloodline remains unseen. You pause
This
by
is
a
the
fountain
story
water
of how
trickling like a
ignorance let
lullaby,
inbreeding's
and
damage
glance at the owl
fester,
again.
leaving royal daughters
It's
to pay the
moved to a
price.
nearby olive tree.
The Habsburgs'
Its head
marriage maze,
swiveling
as you've
to
seen,
track a group
tied
of
their
cloaked
daughters to
figures,
cousins,
hurrying
weaving
through
a
an
genetic
alley.
trap nobody
Shady
understood.
business, probably.
You're exploring how the lack of
Athens at
scientific
night was no
knowledge
utopia.
turned treatable
Thieves,
issues
schemers,
into tragedies,
and the occasional
the
drunk
mainstream
philosopher
fact
kept things lively.
until the 19th century. Medical science had no grasp of genetics attributing royal ailments like the Habsburg jaw or infertility to supernatural causes. The quirky tidbit: some court physicians used astrology to diagnose princesses' illnesses, prescribing treatments based on the moon's phases, like a medieval WebMD, with zero accuracy. Historians still argue whether this ignorance was a failure of observation or a stubborn loyalty to tradition. Imagine you're a Habsburg princess, perhaps Maria Anna of Spain, born in 1606, daughter of Philip III and Margaret of Austria, cousins naturally. You're in Madrid's Alcazar, your body aching from chronic fatigue, your jaw misaligned, making meals a chore. Your physicians, with their starched ruffs and outdated theories, blame your weakness on bad humors or a misaligned constellation. You're picturing Maria Anna, her face pale, her resolve strong as she endures their useless remedies, leeches, fasting prayers, while inbreeding's real damage goes unnoticed. Her bloodline, like Mary's, or Maria's, carries the scars of cousin marriages, and you're seeing how ignorance sealed her fate. You're noticing the medical blindness now. Inbreeding, as you've seen with Catherine's barrenness or Mary's phantom pregnancies, caused a litany of issues: brittle bones, weak hearts, mental fragility. But the court's clueless. You're imagining a physician bleeding Maria Anna for her headaches, thinking it'll balance her humors. Nobody knew about recessive genes, but they saw the results: babies who died, young daughters who faded early. You're shaking your head. The Habsburgs kept marrying cousins, thinking it strengthened their line, while their daughters' bodies told a different story. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your doctor's advice is bad, try being Maria Anna, where your migraine's treated with a moonlit chant and a side of leashes. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expects her to bear heirs, attend banquets, and smile through her ailments. But her body's a genetic minefield. You're feeling her frustration now, the way she's trapped in a world that doesn't understand her suffering. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Mary and Margaret, didn't just limit choices, it left women like Maria Anna at the mercy of quacks who couldn't see the truth. Zoom in on the science or lack thereof. You're in a royal infirmary where the air's thick with the smell of herbs and despair. Physicians rely on Galen's ancient texts, prescribing purges or incense for ailments they can't name. You're picturing Maria Anna's daughter, another Habsburg bride born with a weak heart that nobody links to her parents' shared blood. Inbreeding increased risks of congenital disorders, heart defects, infertility, neurological issues. But the court blames divine will or bad air. You're thinking back to Mary's phantom pregnancies, how her physicians missed the genetic roots of her hormonal issues. The pattern's clear ignorance let inbreeding's damage run unchecked. Here's another light jab. If you think your health app's useless, try being a Habsburg princess, where your doctor's best idea is to wave a crystal over your fever. You're smirking, but the reality's grim. Maria Anna's health, like Maria's or Elizabeth's, was a casualty of her bloodline, but the court's ignorance made it worse. You're imagining her enduring another pregnancy, her body worn, while physicians mutter about humors. Her children, like Mariana of Austria, carry the same genetic flaws, and you're dreading their stories. More frail bodies, more clueless cures. Let's linger on one odd detail. Some courts believed royal blood was so pure it caused illness, like their divinity was too much for mortal bodies. The quirky tidbit physicians sometimes prescribed royal cures, like drinking from a gold cup, to fix princesses' ailments, as if wealth could outshine genetics. You're chuckling, picturing Maria Anna sipping from a gilded chalice while her heart skips a beat. But you're seeing the truth. Inbreeding's damage, jaws that locked lungs that failed, wasn't divine. It was biological, and nobody knew enough to stop it. You're wandering through the court, now feeling the weight of this ignorance. Maria Anna's not just a princess. She's a victim of a system that didn't understand its own harm. Her ailments, like Catherine's miscarriages or Mary's fragility, are symptoms of a bloodline stretched too thin. You're thinking back to Anne's melancholy, how the court blamed her mood on sin, not genetics. The Habsburg daughters were trapped not just by marriage, but by a world that couldn't see the real problem: cousin unions piling up recessive genes. You're noticing the cultural blind spot now. The 16th and 17th centuries worshipped royal blood as sacred, ignoring its flaws. You're imagining a courtier insisting Maria Anna's frail health is a noble burden, like her suffering's a badge of honor. The mainstream fact is undeniable: inbreeding caused congenital issues, from the Habsburg jaw to heart defects seen across generations. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to keep power close, even as their daughters suffered. Historians debate whether the Habsburgs could have learned from the patterns: sickly heirs fading princesses. But you're leaning toward no. Their faith in blood purity was too strong. You're feeling Maria Anna's quiet struggle now, the way she endured useless treatments while her body faltered. She's not locked away like Joanna, not mocked like Anne, but her suffering's real. You're wondering how she faced each day, how she smiled through the pain of a body betraying her. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Mary's phantom pregnancies and Margaret's losses. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it left them at the mercy of a world too ignorant to help. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your pharmacy's overpriced, try being Maria Anna, where your cure is a priest praying under a full moon. You're joking, but her struggle cuts deep. Her frail health, like her kin's, was a casualty of inbreeding and ignorance, a double blow that left her vulnerable. You're ready to meet Isabella of Spain, next to see how her broken spirit reflects the same genetic and cultural failures, another daughter crushed by a dynasty's blind ambition. As you leave Maria Anna's court, the air heavy with the scent of failed remedies, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just a princess, she's proof of how scientific ignorance let inbreeding's damage fester, dooming royal daughters to lives of unseen pain. The ghosts of these women linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're slipping into the crumbling world of Isabella of Spain, a Habsburg daughter whose broken spirit mirrors the toll of inbreeding and relentless duty. The air around you is heavy with the scent of myrrh and fading hope as you wander the somber halls of her 16th century court. Born in 1503 to Joanna of Castile and Philip the Handsome cousins, as you've come to expect, Isabella's life is a quiet unraveling, her mind fraying under the weight of a bloodline that betrayed her. Picture yourself beside her, her eyes distant, her smile forced, as she navigates a life where her spirit bends beneath the Habsburg curse. This is the story of a woman whose mental collapse, shaped by inbreeding and isolation, echoes the tragedies of her kin. Isabella's tale is a shadow cast by her mother Joanna's confinement, a reminder of the mental fragility you explored with Anne, and the physical toll you saw in Maria Anna. She's married at 16 to Christian the Foncourt of Denmark, another cousin, because the Habsburgs can't break their habit of keeping it in the family. You're at her wedding now, the air alive with music, but there's a hollowness in Isabella's gaze. Her bloodline, tangled by generations of cousin marriages, carries risks of mental instability, and you're seeing how her life in a foreign court pushes her to the edge. The mainstream fact, Isabella, Queen of Denmark from 1515, faced exile and loss after her husband's deposition in 1523, her mental health deteriorating under the strain. You're wondering how it all went wrong. She's young, devout, raised to be a queen, but her mind falters. Bouts of despair, confusion, moments where she seems lost in her own thoughts. The quirky tidbit. She kept a small court of Spanish ladies in Denmark, clinging to her roots like a lifeline, as if their chatter could anchor her fading spirit. Historians still argue whether her mental struggles were genetic, a result of exile stress, or both. Imagine you're Isabella, your heart heavy with homesickness, your mind clouded by a fog nobody can name. You're in Denmark, far from Spain's sun, your husband's throne crumbling under rebellion. Inbreeding's mark is on you. Maybe a predisposition to melancholy, like Anne's, or anxiety like Elizabeth's. Your parents' cousin marriage, your own to Christian, tightened the genetic knot, increasing the odds of mental fragility. You're picturing her in a cold Nordic palace, her Spanish shawl a comfort, as she tries to hold her family together while her thoughts unravel. You're noticing the mental toll now. Isabella's not raving like Joanna's legend, but her spirit's breaking grief over her husband's exile, fear for her children, isolation in a foreign land. You're imagining her physicians, their remedies as useless as a broken lute, prescribing prayers or herbal tonics for her melancholy. Nobody knew about genetics, but you're seeing the pattern inbreeding heightened risks of neurological issues seen in Habsburg, daughters like Anna or Joanna. Her children like Dorothea carry the same bloodline, and you're dreading their futures. Let's pause for a chuckle if you think your bad days are rough. Try being Isabella, where your mental fog's blamed on Danish weather, and your only therapy's a priest with a candle. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expects her to be a queen, a mother, a symbol, but her mind's a maze. You're feeling her isolation now, the way she's trapped in a role that demands strength while her spirit crumbles. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Mary and Maria, didn't just weaken bodies, it fractured minds, leaving women like Isabella to fight invisible battles. Zoom in on her exile. You're in the Netherlands now, where Isabella and Christian flee after losing Denmark. She's 20, mother to 3, but her husband's a fugitive, her throne gone. You're picturing her writing letters to her brother Charles V, begging for support, her words sharp, but her tone weary. Inbreeding likely amplified her emotional fragility, a trait seen in her mother, Joanna's grief. The court doesn't see her pain, they see a failed queen, her mental struggles a liability. You're thinking back to Anne's mocked melancholy, how gossip turned weakness into scandal. Isabella's breakdown is quieter, but no less real. Here's another light jab. If you think your family drama's messy, try being Isabella, where your husband's dethroned and your mind's playing hide and seek. You're smirking, but her reality's grim. Her mental health, like Elizabeth's or Anna's, is a casualty of inbreeding and circumstance. You're remembering Mary's phantom pregnancies, how her body betrayed her hopes. Isabella's spirit betrays her too, moments of clarity drowned by waves of despair, her exile a prison as real as Joanna's tortosillas. Let's linger on one odd detail. In exile, Isabella clung to Spanish customs, insisting on masses said in Castilian, as if her language could shield her from despair. The quirky tidbit: she kept a locket with her mother, Joanna's portrait, a reminder of the woman whose madness haunted her own fate. You're chuckling, picturing her clutching that locket, while courtiers whisper about her odd behavior. But you're seeing the truth. Her mental struggles, likely tied to inbreeding, were worsened by exile's isolation, her spirit broken by a world that demanded too much. You're wandering through Isabella's world, now feeling the weight of her losses. She's not just a queen, she's a woman fighting to hold her family, and mind together, her bloodline, a silent enemy. Her children raised in exile carry the same genetic risks, fragile health, maybe fragile minds. You're thinking back to Margaret's silent pain, how she buried her grief to rule. Isabella's breakdown is different. Her spirit cracks under exile's strain, her bloodline making her vulnerable to the darkness that creeps in. You're noticing the ignorance of her time. The 16th century saw mental struggles as divine punishment or weakness. Nobody linked them to genetics. You're imagining a courtier suggesting Isabella cheer up with a feast, clueless about the neurological risks of her cousin marriage. The mainstream fact is clear inbreeding increased chances of mental disorders, like depression or anxiety seen across Habsburg lines. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to secure power, even as daughters like Isabella suffered. Historians debate whether her breakdown was genetic or situational, but you're leaning toward both. Her blood set the stage, and exile wrote the tragedy. You're feeling Isabella's quiet fight now, the way she tried to hold on to her faith and family, despite her unraveling mind. She's not locked away like Joanna, not mocked like Anne, but her spirit's a casualty of the same system. You're wondering how she endured, how she faced each day with a mind that flickered like a dying candle. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Mary's frailty and Maria's powerlessness. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it broke their spirits, leaving them to navigate a world that couldn't see their pain. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your mental health days are tough, try being Isabella, where your breakdown's blamed on a bad horoscope, and your only comfort's a locket. You're joking, but her struggle cuts deep. Her broken spirit, like her kin's broken bodies, was a casualty of inbreeding and duty. You're ready to explore the broader cost of royal blood, next to see how the Habsburgs' obsession with purity doomed their daughters, one cousin marriage at a time. As you leave Isabella's world, the air thick with unspoken despair, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just a fallen queen. She's proof of how inbreeding fractured minds, as surely as it broke bodies. The ghosts of these daughters linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're plunging into the heavy cost of royal blood now, where the Habsburgs' obsession with purity exacted a brutal toll on their daughters, chaining them to lives of suffering for the sake of dynasty. The air around you is thick with the scent of old gold, and fading ambition as you wander the grand but grim halls of 16th and 17th century European courts. The women you've met, Isabella Mary, Maria, bore the scars of inbreeding their bodies and minds, fraying under a system that prized their blood over their survival. Picture yourself beside a princess, her crown heavy, her future bleak, as she pays the price for a lineage that was meant to be divine, but turned out to be deadly. The Habsburgs' quest for blood purity, as you've seen in their marriage maze, wasn't just a strategy. It was a slow poison seeping into their daughters' lives. You're exploring how this obsession shaped their fates, from physical ailments to mental breakdowns, all for the sake of an empire. The mainstream fact, inbreeding in the Habsburg dynasty, led to a high incidence of congenital disorders, like the mandibular prognathism that marked their faces and weakened their health. The quirky tidbit. Some royals believed their pure blood made them closer to God, like their DNA was a holy relic, not a genetic disaster. Historians still argue whether the Habsburgs' decline was inevitable, or if they could have broken the cycle by marrying outside the family. Imagine you're a Habsburg daughter, perhaps Mariana of Austria, born in 1634, daughter of Philip IV and Elizabeth of France. Cousins, of course. You're married to your uncle Leopold Dorp because the Habsburgs can't resist tightening their genetic knot. You're in Vienna now, your gown stiff with embroidery, your body weary from pregnancies, your mind strained by the weight of expectation. Inbreeding's mark is on you. Maybe a weak heart, maybe a nervous disposition, but the court sees only your duty to produce heirs. You're picturing Mariana, her face pale, her resolve faltering as she bears the cost of her family's blood obsession. You're noticing the price now. Inbreeding didn't just give Mariana the Habsburg jaw, it gave her a body prone to illness pregnancies fraught with risk. You're thinking back to Isabella's broken spirit, Mary's phantom pregnancies, Maria's frail heart. Mariana's story fits the pattern. Her health falters. Her children inherit the same flaws. You're imagining her in labor again and again, each birth a gamble with her life and her babies. The court physicians, with their useless potions, blame her ailments on weak blood or divine will. Nobody knew about recessive genes, but you're seeing the truth. Her bloodline was a ticking time bomb. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your family's got issues, try being Mariana, where your uncle's your husband, and your kids might inherit a jaw that needs its own zip code. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expects her to keep the dynasty alive, but her body's crumbling under the weight of inbreeding. You're feeling her exhaustion now, the way she pushes through pregnancies while her health fades. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Isabella and Mary, didn't just limit choices. It turned women like Mariana into vessels for a flawed bloodline their lives spent to preserve an empire. Zoom in on the cost. You're in the Austrian court, where Mariana's role as empress is to produce heirs no matter the toll. Her children, like Charles the last Spanish Habsburg, are proof of the price his health so poor he could barely rule. You're picturing her watching him, her heart sinking, knowing her bloodline's to blame. Inbreeding increased risks of everything from heart defects to infertility, and Mariana's body bore the brunt miscarriages, weak infants, her own health failing. You're thinking back to Catherine's barren curse, how her losses reshaped history. Mariana's losses are quieter, but no less devastating. Her children's fragility, a mirror of her own. Here's another light jab. If you think your family's expectations are high, try being Mariana, where your job's to birth a dynasty, while your body's screaming retire. You're smirking, but her reality's grim. Her health, like Maria Anna's or Elizabeth's, is a casualty of inbreeding her pregnancies, a roll of the genetic dice. You're imagining her physicians prescribing incense or fasting, clueless about the real problem. The court sees her as a queen, but you see a woman fighting a losing battle against her own DNA, her life spent, to uphold a crumbling ideal. Let's linger on one odd detail. The Habsburgs were so proud of their blood that they commissioned portraits to flaunted jaws, and all as if deformity was a crown. The quirky tidbit Mariana's portraits were often softened by artists, her jawline smoothed to hide the genetic truth like a royal Photoshop job. You're chuckling, picturing painters sweating to make her look less Habsburgy. But you're seeing the reality. Her bloodline's flaws were no secret. Yet the court kept marrying cousins, blind to the cost. Her son Charles II, with his severe disabilities, was the ultimate price. A king who embodied the dynasty's collapse. You're wandering through Mariana's world, now feeling the weight of her role. She's not just an empress, she's a sacrifice her body and children offered to a dynasty that's starting to crack. You're thinking back to Margaret's silent pain, how she buried her grief to rule. Mariana's pain is different. Her health, her heirs, her empire all falter under inbreeding's shadow. Her children, like Charles, carry the same genetic curse, weak bodies, frail minds. The court doesn't see the connection, they see divine, right, not disaster. You're noticing the ignorance of her time. The 17th century had inklings of heredity. Farmers knew about breeding livestock, but royalty ignored the signs. You're imagining a courtier insisting Mariana's frail children are noble in their suffering, like weakness is a badge of honor. The mainstream fact is clear. Inbreeding caused a cascade of congenital issues, from physical deformities to neurological disorders, seen across Habsburg generations. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to keep power close, even as daughters like Mariana paid with their health. Historians debate whether the Habsburgs could have saved themselves by diversifying their gene pool, but you're leaning toward yes, if only they'd seen the warning signs. You're feeling Mariana's quiet struggle now, the way she endured pregnancies and losses while her body weakened. She's not locked away like Joanna, not mocked like Anne, but her life's a slow sacrifice. You're wondering how she kept going, how she faced each frail child with hope. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Isabella's broken spirit and Mary's fragile reign. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it cost them their health, their heirs, their futures. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your family's got baggage, try being Mariana, where your blood's so pure, it's practically a health hazard. You're joking, but her struggle cuts deep. Her life, like her kin's, was a casualty of a system that valued blood over survival. You're ready to meet Eleanor of Austria, next to see how her fading light reflects the same genetic and dynastic failures. Another daughter, crushed by the cost of royal blood. As you leave Mariana's court, the air thick with the scent of a dying dynasty, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just an empress, she's proof of how inbreeding's cost was paid in the lives of royal daughters, their bodies and hopes sacrificed for an empire's fleeting glory. The ghosts of these women linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're plunging into the heavy cost of royal blood now, where the Habsburgs' obsession with purity exacted a brutal toll on their daughters, chaining them to lives of suffering for the sake of dynasty. The air around you is thick with the scent of old gold and fading ambition as you wander the grand but grim halls of 16th and 17th century European courts. The women you've met, Isabella, Mary. Maria bore the scars of inbreeding their bodies and minds, fraying under a system that prized their blood over their survival. Picture yourself beside a princess, her crown heavy, her future bleak, as she pays the price for a lineage that was meant to be divine, but turned out to be deadly. The Habsburgs' quest for blood purity, as you've seen in their marriage maze, wasn't just a strategy. It was a slow poison seeping into their daughters' lives. You're exploring how this obsession shaped their fates, from physical ailments to mental breakdowns, all for the sake of an empire. The mainstream fact, inbreeding in the Habsburg dynasty led to a high incidence of congenital disorders, like the mandibular prognathism that marked their faces and weakened their health. The quirky tidbit: some royals believed their pure blood made them closer to God, like their DNA was a holy relic, not a genetic disaster. Historians still argue whether the Habsburgs' decline was inevitable, or if they could have broken the cycle by marrying outside the family. Imagine you're a Habsburg daughter, perhaps Mariana of Austria, born in 1634, daughter of Philip I and Elizabeth of France. Cousins, of course. You're married to your uncle Leopolder because the Habsburgs can't resist tightening their genetic knot. You're in Vienna now, your gown stiff with embroidery, your body weary from pregnancies, your mind strained by the weight of expectation. Inbreeding's mark is on you. Maybe a weak heart, maybe a nervous disposition, but the court sees only your duty to produce heirs. You're picturing Mariana, her face pale, her resolve faltering as she bears the cost of her family's blood obsession. You're noticing the price now. Inbreeding didn't just give Mariana the Habsburg jaw, it gave her a body prone to illness pregnancies fraught with risk. You're thinking back to Isabella's broken spirit, Mary's phantom pregnancies, Maria's frail heart. Mariana's story fits the pattern. Her health falters. Her children inherit the same flaws. You're imagining her in labor again and again, each birth a gamble with her life and her babies. The court physicians, with their useless potions, blame her ailments on weak blood or divine will. Nobody knew about recessive genes, but you're seeing the truth. Her bloodline was a ticking time bomb. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your family's got issues, try being Mariana, where your uncle's your husband, and your kids might inherit a jaw that needs its own zip code. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expects her to keep the dynasty alive, but her body's crumbling under the weight of inbreeding. You're feeling her exhaustion now, the way she pushes through pregnancies while her health fades. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Isabella and Mary, didn't just limit choices. It turned women like Mariana into vessels for a flawed bloodline their lives spent to preserve an empire. Zoom in on the cost. You're in the Austrian court, where Mariana's role as empress is to produce heirs no matter the toll. Her children, like Charles the last Spanish Habsburg, are proof of the price his health so poor he could barely rule. You're picturing her watching him, her heart sinking, knowing her bloodlines to blame. Inbreeding increased risks of everything from heart defects to infertility, and Mariana's body bore the brunt miscarriages, weak infants, her own health failing. You're thinking back to Catherine's barren curse, how her losses reshaped history. Mariana's losses are quieter, but no less devastating her children's fragility, a mirror of her own. Here's another light jab if you think your family's expectations are high. Try being Mariana, where your job's to birth a dynasty, while your body's screaming retire. You're smirking, but her reality's grim. Her health, like Maria Anna's or Elizabeth's, is a casualty of inbreeding her pregnancies, a roll of the genetic dice. You're imagining her physicians prescribing incense or fasting, clueless about the real problem. The court sees her as a queen, but you see a woman fighting a losing battle against her own DNA, her life spent to uphold a crumbling ideal. Let's linger on one odd detail. The Habsburgs were so proud of their blood that they commissioned portraits to flaunt at jaws, and all as if deformity was a crown. The quirky tidbit Mariana's portraits were often softened by artists, her jawline smoothed to hide the genetic truth like a royal Photoshop job. You're chuckling, picturing painters sweating to make her look less Habsburgy. But you're seeing the reality her bloodline's flaws were no secret. Yet the court kept marrying cousins, blind to the cost. Her son Charles II, with his severe disabilities, was the ultimate price, a king who embodied the dynasty's collapse. You're wandering through Mariana's world, now feeling the weight of her role. She's not just an empress, she's a sacrifice her body and children offered to a dynasty that's starting to crack. You're thinking back to Margaret's silent pain, how she buried her grief to rule. Mariana's pain is different. Her health, her heirs, her empire all falter under inbreeding's shadow. Her children, like Charles, carry the same genetic curse, weak bodies, frail minds. The court doesn't see the connection, they see divine right, not disaster. You're noticing the ignorance of her time. The 17th century had inklings of heredity. Farmers knew about breeding livestock, but royalty ignored the signs. You're imagining a courtier insisting Mariana's frail children are noble in their suffering, like weakness is a badge of honor. The mainstream fact is clear. Inbreeding caused a cascade of congenital issues, from physical deformities to neurological disorders seen across Habsburg generations. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to keep power close, even as daughters like Mariana paid with their health. Historians debate whether the Habsburgs could have saved themselves by diversifying their gene pool, but you're leaning toward yes, if only they'd seen the warning signs. You're feeling Mariana's quiet struggle now, the way she endured pregnancies and losses while her body weakened. She's not locked away like Joanna, not mocked like Anne, but her life's a slow sacrifice. You're wondering how she kept going, how she faced each frail child with hope. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Isabella's broken spirit and Mary's fragile reign. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it cost them their health, their heirs, their futures. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your family's got baggage, try being Mariana, where your blood's so pure, it's practically a health hazard. You're joking, but her struggle cuts deep. Her life, like her kin's, was a casualty of a system that valued blood over survival. You're ready to meet Eleanor of Austria, next to see how her fading light reflects the same genetic and dynastic failures, another daughter crushed by the cost of royal blood. As you leave Mariana's court, the air thick with the scent of a dying dynasty, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just an empress, she's proof of how inbreeding's cost was paid in the lives of royal daughters, their bodies,
and hopes sacrificed for an empire's fleeting glory. The ghosts of these women linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're lingering in the fading world of Eleanor of Austria, whose diminishing health paints a stark picture of inbreeding's relentless grip on Habsburg daughters. The air around you is heavy with the scent of damp stone and wilting flowers as you tread softly through the courts of 16th century Portugal and France. Born in 1498 to Joanna of Castile and Philip the Handsome cousins, as you've seen time and again, Eleanor's life is a slow dimming, her body weakening under the weight of a bloodline that promised power but delivered pain. Picture yourself beside her, her breath shallow, her grace intact, as she fights to shine in a world that's draining her light. This is the story of a queen whose health crumbled a casualty of the Habsburgs' genetic obsession. Eleanor's journey, as you've glimpsed, mirrors the tragedies of Isabella Mariana and Mary women bound by the dynastic marriage trap, their bodies and spirits
deep in the
tested by
forge.
inbreeding's curse. You're recalling her marriages first to Manuel Fern of Portugal, then to Francis Fern of France, each a strategic move to tie Habsburg power to other thrones. You're in Lisbon now, 1518, at her first wedding, the air warm with sea salt and ceremony. Eleanor's young, her face delicate, but marked by that subtle Habsburg jaw, her health already fragile. You're sensing the shadow over her, the genetic toll that will define her life. The mainstream fact, Eleanor's role as Queen Consort of Portugal and later France was overshadowed by chronic health issues, respiratory problems, fatigue, and likely heart conditions that limited her influence and shortened her life. You're wondering how she carried on. She's poised, diplomatic, but her body's a traitor. Coughs that linger, dizzy spells that strike without warning. The quirky tidbit, she carried a silver inhaler filled with herbal vapors, a royal attempt to ease her breathing like a 16th century asthma puffer. Historians still argue whether her ailments were purely genetic or worsened by the stress of her transient life between courts. Imagine you're Eleanor, your chest tight, your steps careful as you navigate the French court after your second marriage in 1530. Inbreeding's mark is on you, your parents' cousin union. Your own marriages to kin wove a genetic tapestry of weakness. You're picturing her in Paris, her gown heavy with brocade, her smile masking the effort it takes to breathe. Her health's been shaky since childhood, weak lungs, a racing heart, and you're seeing how it connects to Maria's frail heart, or Mariana's weakened frame. Her children, like John of Portugal, inherited the same risks, and you're bracing for their fragile fates. You're noticing the physical toll now. Eleanor's ailments aren't just inconveniences, they're a slow erosion. Her respiratory issues, likely tied to congenital weaknesses, make every winter a trial. You're imagining her physicians, their remedies as useless as a cracked goblet, prescribing lavender steam or bleeding for her weak lungs. Nobody knew about genetics, but you're seeing the pattern. Inbreeding increased risks of cardiovascular and respiratory disorders seen in Habsburg, daughters like Eleanor or Maria Anna. Her son John's early death at 16 echoes her own fragility, and you're shaking your head. The cost of pure blood keeps piling up. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your cold's a hassle, try being Eleanor, where your cough's treated with incense, and your doctor thinks the stars are to blame. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expects her to dazzle as queen, mediate between empires, and bear heirs.
but her body's failing. You're feeling her exhaustion now the way she forces a smile through shortness of breath. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Isabella and Mary, didn't just bind her to duty. It bound her to a body that couldn't keep up her light dimming with each labored step. Zoom in on her life in France. You're in the Louvre, where Eleanor's a Habsburg outsider, caught between her husband, Francis III's ambitions, and her brother Charles IV's demands. Her health falters, fainting spells, chest pains, but she hides it, her diplomacy, a mask. You're picturing her at a state dinner, her breath catching as she negotiates peace, her heart fluttering. Inbreeding likely caused her cardiovascular issues, a trait seen in her kin like Maria or Mariana. Her daughter Maria of Portugal, born frail, carries the same genetic curse, and you're dreading the next generation's struggles. Here's another light jab. If you think your commute's tiring, try being Eleanor crossing Europe to marry a king while your lungs beg for a break. You're smirking, but her reality's grim. She's not broken, like Isabella, not powerless like Maria, but her fading health is a quiet tragedy. You're remembering Mariana's fragile heirs, how inbreeding doomed her children. Eleanor's light dims slowly. Her health erodes under the weight of duty, and DNA, her role as queen, a constant drain. The court sees her as a symbol, but you see a woman fighting to breathe in a world that demands too much. Let's linger on one odd detail. Eleanor's court in Portugal loved elaborate masks, and she'd join in dancing despite her breathlessness, as if movement could outrun her ailments. The quirky tidbit, she kept a small vial of rosewater, dabbing it on her wrists to calm her nerves like a royal aromatherapy fix. You're chuckling, picturing her twirling in a mask while clutching her vial. But you're seeing the truth. Her health issues, likely tied to inbreeding, were worsened by the stress of her role. Her light fading in courts that cared more for her title than her survival. You're wandering through Eleanor's world, now feeling the weight of her fading strength. She's not just a queen. She's a casualty of a dynasty that valued blood over life. Her siblings, like Charles V and her children, carry the same genetic flaws: weak hearts, frail lungs. You're thinking back to Mary's phantom pregnancies, how her body betrayed her hopes. Eleanor's health betrays her too, her light dimming as her ailments grow. The dynastic marriage trap didn't just trap her, it weakened her, leaving her to flicker in the shadow of her family's ambition. You're noticing the ignorance of her time. The 16th century saw illness as a divine test. Nobody linked lung issues to genetics. You're imagining a physician prescribing myrrh for Eleanor's cough, clueless about the congenital risks of her cousin marriage. The mainstream fact is clear: inbreeding caused a range of disorders, from respiratory issues to early mortality seen across Habsburg daughters. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to secure power, even as women like Eleanor faded. Historians debate whether her ailments were genetic or stress-induced, but you're leaning toward both. Her bloodline set her up, and her duties drained her light. You're feeling Eleanor's quiet resilience now, the way she endured, despite her fading health. She's not shattered like Isabella, not sidelined like Joanna, but her struggle's real. You're wondering how she kept going, how she danced through pain to serve her dynasty. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Mariana's fragile heirs and Mary's frail reign. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it dimmed their light, leaving them to fight battles their bloodline made harder. Here's one more chuckle if you think your allergies are bad. Try being Eleanor, where your only inhaler's a silver tube of herbs, and your doctor blames Jupiter. You're joking, but her struggle cuts deep. Her fading light, like her kin's fading health, was a casualty of inbreeding and duty. You're ready to explore the slow collapse of these dynasties, next to see how inbreeding eroded their strength, one daughter at a time. As you leave Eleanor's court, the air heavy with the scent of fading roses, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just a queen, she's proof of how inbreeding's cost was paid in the dimming lives of royal daughters. The ghosts of these women linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're stepping into the crumbling foundations of Europe's dynasties now, where inbreeding's slow poison eroded the strength of royal houses, leaving their daughters to bear the weight of a collapsing legacy. The air around you is heavy with the scent of dust and faded glory as you wander through the grand but decaying halls of 17th century palaces. The Habsburg daughters, Eleanor, Mariana, Isabella, carried the scars of their bloodline, their bodies and minds weakened by a system that prized purity over survival. Picture yourself beside a princess, her crown tarnished, her future uncertain as the dynasty she was born to uphold begins to crack under its own genetic flaws. The Habsburgs' marriage maze, as you've seen, wove a web of cousin unions that built an empire but doomed its heirs. You're exploring how this obsession with blood purity led to the slow collapse of their dynasty, with daughters like Mariana paying the price in frail health and fragile heirs. The mainstream fact, inbreeding, contributed to the decline of the Habsburg dynasty, culminating in Charles the Monarch of Spain, whose severe disabilities signaled the end of their Spanish line in 1700. The quirky tidbit: some courtiers believed the Habsburgs' ailments were a sign of divine favor, like their suffering was a holy badge of honor. Historians still argue whether the dynasty's collapse was inevitable or if broader marriages could have saved it. Imagine you're a Habsburg princess, perhaps Maria Theresa of Spain, born in 1638 to Philip IV and Elizabeth of France, cousins naturally. You're married to your double first cousin, Louis XIV of France, because the Habsburgs and Bourbons can't resist doubling down on blood ties. You're in Versailles now, the air glittering with ambition, but your body's fragile, weak lungs, frequent fevers. You're picturing Maria Theresa, her face pale, her smile strained as she navigates a court that expects heirs while her health falters. Inbreeding's mark is on her, and you're seeing how it weakens not just her, but the dynasty itself. You're noticing the decay now. Inbreeding didn't just harm Maria Theresa's health, it undermined the Habsburgs' future. You're thinking back to Eleanor's fading light, Mariana's frail heirs, Mary's barren reign. Maria Theresa's ailments, respiratory issues, fatigue fit the pattern her body, a casualty of a bloodline stretched too thin. You're imagining her physicians, their remedies as useless as a broken scepter, prescribing tonics for her weakness. Nobody knew about recessive genes, but you're seeing the truth. Inbreeding piled up defects from the Habsburg jaw to heart conditions, weakening the dynasty's core. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your family's got problems, try being Maria Theresa, where your cousin husband's also your king, and your kids might inherit a chin that needs its own throne. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expects her to produce strong heirs, but her body's a genetic gamble, her children at risk of the same flaws. You're feeling her exhaustion now, the way she pushes through pregnancies while her health crumbles. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Eleanor and Mariana, didn't just harm daughters, it eroded the dynasty, leaving it brittle as their bones. Zoom in on the collapse. You're in the Spanish court now, where the Habsburgs' decline is palpable. Maria Theresa's nephew, Charles II, is the poster child. His severe disabilities from epilepsy to infertility make him a king in name only. You're picturing him, his jaw so deformed, he can barely eat his body, a wreck from generations of cousin marriages. Maria Theresa's own health mirrors his weak lungs, early aging her children with Louis XIV, carrying the same risks. You're thinking back to Isabella's broken spirit, how inbreeding and duty crushed her. The Habsburgs' empire, once vast, is cracking its daughters and heirs the proof of its flaws. Here's another light jab. If you think your family reunion's awkward, try being a Habsburg, where your kids look like your cousins and your dynasty's on life support. You're smirking, but the reality's grim. Maria Theresa's role as Queen of France is to strengthen the Bourbon-Habsburg alliance, but her frail health undermines her. You're imagining her at Versailles, coughing through a ball, her smile hiding the effort it takes to breathe. Inbreeding's toll heart defects, neurological issues, weakened her and her children, just as it did Charles II, signaling the dynasty's end. Let's linger on one odd detail. The Spanish Habsburgs were so proud of their blood that they kept detailed genealogies tracing their pure lineage like a trophy. The quirky tidbit, these family trees were displayed in palaces, their loops and knots celebrated even as they mapped a genetic disaster. You're chuckling, picturing courtiers admiring a chart that's more like a warning sign. But you're seeing the truth. Inbreeding's damage was visible. Deformed jaws, sickly heirs. But the Habsburgs saw only glory. Their daughters like Maria Theresa paying the price. You're wandering through the court, now feeling the weight of a dying dynasty. Maria Theresa's not just a queen, she's a symbol of a system breaking under its own weight. Her children, like Philip V of Spain, carry the same genetic flaws, fragile health, unstable minds. You're thinking back to Mary's phantom pregnancies, how her body betrayed her hopes. Maria Theresa's health betrays her too, her light dimming as her dynasty falters. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it weakened their line, leaving the Habsburgs' empire to crumble like a house of cards. You're noticing the ignorance of their time. The 17th century had no concept of genetics. Illness was blamed on God or bad air. You're imagining a courtier insisting Maria Theresa's fevers are a noble burden, clueless about the recessive genes piling up. The mainstream fact is clear. Inbreeding caused a cascade of disorders, from physical deformities to early mortality seen across Habsburg generations. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to keep power close, even as their daughters and heirs suffered. Historians debate whether the Habsburgs could have saved their dynasty by marrying outside. But you're leaning toward yes, the signs were there, ignored for pride. You're feeling Maria Theresa's quiet struggle now, the way she endured, despite her fading health. She's not broken, like Isabella, not frail, like Eleanor, but her role's a burden. You're wondering how she kept going, how she smiled through fevers to serve her dynasty. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Mariana's fragile heirs and Eleanor's fading light. The marriage maze didn't just harm these women, it eroded their dynasty, leaving it vulnerable as their bodies weakened. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your family's got baggage, try being Maria Theresa, where your blood's so pure, It's practically a death sentence for your dynasty. You're joking, but her struggle cuts deep. Her frail health, like her kin's, was a casualty of inbreeding and ambition. You're ready to meet Joanna's forgotten sisters, next to see how their overlooked tragedies mirror the same genetic and dynastic failures, another chapter in the slow collapse of a once mighty house. As you leave Maria Theresa's court, the air heavy with the scent of a fading empire, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just a queen, she's proof of how inbreeding's cost was paid in the weakened lives of royal daughters and the crumbling strength of their dynasty. The ghosts of these women linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're stepping into the overlooked shadows of Joanna of Castile's sisters, Habsburg daughters, whose tragedies, though less famous, carry the same weight of inbreeding's curse. The air around you is thick with the scent of old parchment and unspoken grief as you wander the quiet corners of 16th century Spanish courts. Joanna's story, her confinement, her rumored madness looms large, but her sisters Isabella Maria and Catherine bore their own burdens, their lives shaped by the same tangled bloodline and dynastic trap. Picture yourself beside one of these forgotten women, her eyes weary, her heart heavy, as she navigates a world that demanded everything and gave little back. This is the story of sisters, whose pain, though buried in history's margins, echoes the Habsburgs' genetic downfall. Joanna's sisters, daughters of Ferdinand and Isabella cousins, as you've come to expect, were bound by the same marriage maze that crushed their kin. You're focusing on their overlooked struggles, how inbreeding and duty left them fragile in body and spirit. The mainstream fact, Joanna's sisters were married off to strengthen Habsburg alliances with Isabella, wed to Portugal's Manuel Ferver Maria, to the same king after Isabella's death, and Catherine to England's Arthur and Henry the Fontforte, their lives shaped by strategic unions. The quirky tidbit, their portraits were sent across Europe like royal Tinder profiles, often tweaked to downplay the Habsburg jaw. Historians still argue whether their struggles were as much genetic as they were products of their high-stakes roles. Imagine you're Isabella, born in 1470, the eldest sister married at 21 to Manuel Ferrer of Portugal, a distant cousin. You're in Lisbon now, the air warm with sea breeze, your gown heavy with expectation. Your parents' cousin marriage left its mark, maybe a weak heart, maybe a nervous disposition, and your own union tightens the genetic knot. You're picturing Isabella, her face delicate but strained, as she faces the pressure to produce heirs. Her death at 28 after childbirth feels like a warning, and you're seeing how her sisters Maria and Catherine carried the same risks, their stories overshadowed by Joanna's louder tragedy. You're noticing the toll now. Isabella's early death fits the pattern you've seen Eleanor's fading health, Mariana's fragile heirs. Inbreeding increased risks of reproductive issues, and Isabella's childbirth complications likely tied to her bloodline cut her life short. You're imagining her physicians, their remedies as useless as a broken quill, blaming her death on fate or weak humors. Nobody knew about genetics, but you're seeing the truth. Cousin marriages stacked the odds against her, just as they did for Maria's frail health or Catherine's barrenness. Her son Miguel died before his second birthday, another casualty of the Habsburg bloodline. Let's pause for a chuckle if you think your family's got drama. Try being Isabella, where your death in childbirth gets upstaged by your sister's mad reputation. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expected her to secure Portugal for the Habsburgs, but her body couldn't withstand the strain. You're feeling her exhaustion now, the way she pushed through pregnancies, while her health faltered. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Maria Theresa and Eleanor, didn't just limit choices, it cost lives, leaving sisters like Isabella to fade in the shadow of their family's ambition. Zoom in on Maria, the next sister born in 1482, who married Manuel I after Isabella's death. You're in Portugal again, the court bustling. But Maria's quiet, her health, delicate chronic headaches, a weak constitution. Her 10 children, like John III, carried the genetic risks of her parents' cousin marriage, many dying young or facing frail health. You're picturing her at a christening, her smile masking fatigue, her body worn by constant pregnancies. Inbreeding's mark heart issues. Maybe infertility in some children echoes the struggles of Mariana or Mary. The court sees her as a queen, but you see a woman fighting a losing battle against her bloodline. Here's another light jab. If you think your in-laws are tough, try being Maria, marrying your sister's widower, while your DNA's playing roulette. You're smirking, but her reality's grim. Her health, like Isabella's, was a casualty of inbreeding her role as queen, a relentless demand. You're remembering Catherine's barren curse, how her losses reshaped England. Maria's losses are quieter children who didn't survive a body that aged too fast, but no less tragic. The court doesn't see her pain. They see a vessel for heirs, and you're feeling the weight of their expectations. Let's linger on Catherine the youngest, whose barrenness you've already explored. Born in 1485, she's sent to England, her health fragile, her womb failing under the pressure to produce a Tudor heir. You're picturing her in London, her Spanish roots, a comfort as she faces miscarriage after miscarriage. Inbreeding from her parents' cousin, marriage likely caused hormonal issues mirroring Mary's phantom pregnancies. The quirky tidbit, her ladies-in-waiting burned sage to purify her womb like a medieval aromatherapy fad. You're chuckling, imagining the smoky ritual, but you're seeing the truth. Her struggles, like Isabella's and Maria's, were rooted in a bloodline that betrayed them. You're wandering through the sisters' world, now feeling the weight of their forgotten stories. They're not just queens, they're casualties of a dynasty that valued blood over survival. Their children, like Miguel or John III, carried the same genetic flaws, weak hearts, early deaths. You're thinking back to Mariana's frail Charles II, how inbreeding doomed the Habsburg line. The sisters' tragedies, though less famous than Joanna's, are threads in the same tapestry, their lives shaped by a marriage maze that left them vulnerable to their own biology. You're noticing the ignorance of their time. The 16th century saw illness as divine will. Nobody linked early deaths to genetics. You're imagining a courtier blaming Isabella's childbirth death on God's plan, clueless about the recessive genes at play. The mainstream fact is clear: inbreeding caused congenital issues from reproductive failures to frail constitutions seen across Habsburg daughters. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to secure power, even as women like Isabella Maria and Catherine suffered. Historians debate whether their struggles were genetic or situational, but you're leaning toward both. Their blood set them up, and their roles sealed their fates. You're feeling their quiet endurance. Now, the way Isabella faced childbirth, Maria bore 10 children, and Catherine fought for her daughter's rights. They're not locked away like Joanna, not mocked like Anne, but their pain's real. You're wondering how they kept going,
how they smiled through losses and frailty. Their stories, though overshadowed, are woven with Eleanor's fading light and Maria Theresa's crumbling dynasty. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it cost them their health, their children, their lives. Here's one more chuckle if you think your family's got baggage. Try being Joanna's sister, where your portrait's airbrushed to hide your jaw, and your death's a footnote to her drama. You're joking, but their struggles cut deep. Their forgotten tragedies, like their kin's, were casualties of inbreeding and duty. You're ready to explore why this obsession with blood purity persisted, next to see how cultural excuses kept the marriage maze spinning, dooming more daughters to the same fate. As you leave the sisters' world, the air heavy with unspoken grief, you're carrying their stories with you. They're not just forgotten queens, they're proof of how inbreeding's cost was paid in the quiet tragedies of royal daughters, their lives fading in the shadow of a dynasty's ambition. The ghosts of these women linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're stepping into the stubborn haze of cultural excuses now, where the Habsburgs' obsession with blood purity persisted, despite the warning signs etched in their daughter's suffering. The air around you is thick with the scent of incense and rigid tradition as you wander the opulent but stifling courts of 16th and 17th century Europe. The royal daughters, Joanna's sisters, Eleanor Mariana, bore the scars of inbreeding their bodies and minds fraying, yet the dynasty clung to cousin marriages blind to the cost. Picture yourself beside a princess, her fate sealed by a quill on a treaty, as the court justifies her pain with talk of divine blood and royal destiny. This is the story of why inbreeding continued a cultural trap that doomed generations of royal daughters. The Habsburgs' marriage maze, as you've seen, wove a web of cousin unions that weakened their daughters, from Isabella's early death to Maria Theresa's frail health. You're exploring why this practice endured, even as the evidence sickly heirs, fading queens piled up. The mainstream fact, the Habsburgs and other European dynasties married within the family to preserve political power and pure bloodlines, believing it secured their divine right to rule. The quirky tidbit: some royals thought inbreeding made their children more noble, like they were distilling royalty into a finer vintage, not a genetic disaster. Historians still argue whether this was blind tradition or a deliberate choice to prioritize power over health. Imagine you're a Habsburg princess, perhaps Maria Antonia of Austria, born in 1669, daughter of Leopold I and Margarita Theresa, niece and uncle, because the Habsburgs never learn. You're in Vienna, your gown heavy with lace, your future already mapped to another cousin, Maximilian II, Emmanuel of Bavaria. The court buzzes with talk of your sacred blood, but you're feeling the weight of it. Maybe a weak heart, maybe a nervous tick. You're picturing Maria Antonia, her face pale, her body fragile, as she's paraded as a symbol of Habsburg glory. Inbreeding's mark is on her, and you're seeing how the court's excuses kept the cycle spinning. You're noticing the cultural blind spot now. The Habsburgs saw their blood as divine, a gift from God that set them above commoners. You're thinking back to Joanna's confinement, how her madness was twisted to serve power, or Eleanor's fading health ignored for duty. Maria Antonia's ailments, chronic fatigue, possible infertility fit the pattern her body, a casualty of a bloodline too tightly woven. You're imagining courtiers praising her noble pallor, clueless about the recessive genes piling up. The court didn't see genetics, they saw destiny,
and women like Maria Antonia paid the price. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your family's stuck in its ways, try being Maria Antonia, where your parents think marrying your uncle's a divine flex. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expects her to produce heirs, strengthen alliances, and shine, but her body's crumbling. You're feeling her exhaustion now the way she pushes through court duties, while her health falters. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Isabella and Mariana, didn't just harm daughters, it was propped up by a culture that glorified their suffering as proof of royalty. Zoom in on the excuses. You're in the Spanish court now, where genealogies are flaunted like trophies, each cousin marriage a badge of purity. The Habsburgs believed their blood tied them to God, their ailments a noble burden. You're picturing Maria Antonia's portrait, her jaw slightly pronounced, painted to look regal, not tragic. Inbreeding's toll-heart defects, frail constitutions was visible, but the court spun it as divine will. You're thinking back to Mary's phantom pregnancies, how her losses were blamed on fate. Maria Antonia's fragility, likely genetic, is dressed up as royal delicacy, her pain ignored for the sake of tradition. Here's another light jab. If you think your family's traditions are weird, try being a Habsburg, where marrying your cousins, a holy mission, and your sick kids are blessed. You're smirking, but the reality's grim. Maria Antonia's health, like Eleanor's or Maria Theresa's, is a casualty of a culture that couldn't see the harm. You're imagining her physicians prescribing gold-infused wine for her weakness, clueless about the genetic risks of her parents' incestuous union. Her children, if they survive, carry the same flaws, and you're dreading their fates, more frail heirs, more fading lives. Let's linger on one odd detail. The Habsburgs loved their religious rituals, and some believed cousin marriages were sanctified by God, like their blood was too holy for outsiders. The quirky tidbit priests issued dispensations for these unions, blessing them with incense and prayers, as if the church could absolve the genetic fallout. You're chuckling, picturing a priest waving a censer over Maria Antonia's betrothal. But you're seeing the truth. These excuses kept the marriage maze spinning, dooming daughters to frail bodies and fragile minds, while the court praised their divinity. You're wandering through Maria Antonia's world, now feeling the weight of a culture that justified her pain. She's not just a princess, she's a sacrifice. Her health offered to a dynasty that saw her blood as sacred. Her mother, Margarita Teresa, died young, her body worn by inbreeding and pregnancies. You're thinking back to Joanna's sisters, their overlooked tragedies buried under duty. Maria Antonia's story is another verse, her frailty, her short life a testament to a system that ignored the warning signs of sickly heirs and fading queens. You're noticing the ignorance now. The 17th century had no grasp of genetics. Illness was God's will, or bad air.
Hey guys.
You're imagining a courtier insisting Maria Antonia's pale face is a noble trait, clueless about the congenital issues piling up. The mainstream fact is clear inbreeding caused a cascade of disorders, from physical deformities to early mortality seen across Habsburg generations. But the court clung to cultural excuses, marrying cousins to preserve power, even as daughters like Maria Antonia suffered. Historians debate whether the Habsburgs could have broken the cycle, but you're leaning toward yes if pride hadn't blinded them to the cost. You're feeling Maria Antonia's quiet struggle now, the way she endured, despite her fading health. She's not broken like Isabella, not confined like Joanna, but her pain's real. You're wondering how she faced each day, how she smiled through fevers to serve her dynasty. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Eleanor's fading light and Mariana's frail heirs. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women. It was fueled by a culture that saw their suffering as proof of their divine right, not a reason to change. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your family's traditions are stubborn, try being Maria Antonia, where your blood's so holy it's practically a health warning. You're joking, but her struggle cuts deep. Her frail health, like her kin's, was a casualty of inbreeding and cultural excuses that kept the cycle going. You're ready to meet the last Habsburg daughters, next to see how their struggles marked the end of a dynasty, another chapter in the slow collapse of a once mighty house. As you leave Maria Antonia's court, the air heavy with the scent of blind tradition, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just a princess. She's proof of how cultural excuses let inbreeding's damage fester, dooming royal daughters to lives of pain for the sake of a flawed ideal. The ghosts of these women linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're stepping into the twilight of the Habsburg dynasty now, where the last daughters bear the final scars of inbreeding's relentless grip. The air around you is heavy with the scent of dust and fading incense as you wander the crumbling halls of 17th century Spanish and Austrian courts. These women, like Maria Antonia before them, are the end of a line, their lives marked by frail health and fragile hopes as the dynasty's genetic flaws reach their breaking point. Picture yourself beside a princess, her face pale, her crown a burden as she carries the weight of a bloodline that's crumbling under its own purity. This is the story of the last Habsburg daughters, whose struggles signal the end of an era. The Habsburgs' marriage maze, as you've seen, wove a web of cousin unions that weakened their daughters, Maria Antonia's frailty, Eleanor's fading light, Joanna's sister's buried tragedies. You're focusing on the final generation, where inbreeding's toll is undeniable, dooming the dynasty's future. The mainstream fact, the Spanish Habsburg line ended with Charles II in 1700, his severe disabilities, a direct result of inbreeding, but his aunts and cousins, like Maria Anna of Austria, bore similar burdens. The quirky tidbit: some courtiers whispered that the Habsburgs' pure blood was cursed by God, like a divine time-out for their genetic hubris. Historians still argue whether the dynasty's end was purely genetic or hastened by political missteps. Imagine you're Maria Anna of Austria, born in 1634, daughter of Ferdinand III, and Maria Anna of Spain, cousins naturally. You're married to your uncle Philip IV of Spain because the Habsburgs can't quit their family tree obsession. You're in Madrid now, the Alcazar's halls dim, your body weakened by pregnancies, and a heart that skips beats. You're picturing Maria Anna, her jaw pronounced, her breath short, as she navigates a court that expects heirs while her health falters. Inbreeding's mark is on her, and you're seeing how her struggles mirror the dynasty's collapse, her children, like Charles II, embodying its end. You're noticing the final toll now. Maria Anna's health, like Maria Antonia's or Mariana's, is a wreck, chronic fatigue, respiratory issues, a body worn by childbirth. You're thinking back to Isabella's broken spirit, Mary's phantom pregnancies. Maria Anna's ailments fit the pattern. His son Charles II is the ultimate proof his epilepsy, infertility, and deformities make him a king in name only. You're imagining her watching him, her heart sinking, knowing her bloodlines to blame. The court physicians, with their useless tonics, blame her ailments on bad air or divine will. Nobody knew about recessive genes, but you're seeing the truth. Inbreeding's damage was terminal. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your family's got issues, try being Maria Anna, where your uncle's your husband and your son's the poster child for maybe don't marry cousins. You're joking, but her pain's real. The court expects her to produce strong heirs, but her body's a genetic minefield. Her children frail or stillborn. You're feeling her exhaustion now, the way she pushes through pregnancies while her health crumbles. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Maria Theresa and Eleanor, didn't just harm daughters. It doomed the Habsburgs, their last women carrying the weight of a dying line. Zoom in on the collapse. You're in the Spanish court, where the air's thick with despair. Maria Anna's son, Charles II, is a tragic figure. His jaw so deformed, he can barely eat, his body failing before he's 40. You're picturing her at his christening and her hope fading as she sees his fragility. Inbreeding's toll, heart defects, neurological issues. Infertility has reached its peak. Her sisters like Margaret Theresa died young, their bodies worn by the same genetic flaws. You're thinking back to Mariana's frail heirs, how they signaled the dynasty's decline. Maria Anna's children are the final nail her bloodline, a cautionary tale. Here's another light jab. If you think your family reunion's awkward, try being a Habsburg, where your kid's health is so bad, the court's already picking your successor. You're smirking, but the reality's grim. Maria Anna's role as queen is to secure the dynasty, but her health and her children's betray her. You're imagining her coughing through a council meeting, her smile hiding the effort it takes to breathe. Inbreeding's damage seen in Charles II's disabilities. Her own frailty wasn't just personal, it was dynastic. The Habsburgs' empire crumbling as their daughters and sons faded. Let's linger on one odd detail. The Spanish court loved its relics, and Maria Anna kept a saint's bone, believing it could protect her children from her bloodline's curse. The quirky tidbit, she had it blessed monthly, as if prayers could rewrite her DNA. You're chuckling, picturing her clutching the relic, while physicians prescribe incense for her son's seizures. But you're seeing the truth. Her ailments, like those of her kin, were rooted in inbreeding, not curses, and no relic could undo the damage of centuries of cousin marriages. You're wandering through Maria Anna's world, now feeling the weight of a dynasty on its knees. She's not just a queen, she's a symbol of a system that's collapsing her health and heirs proof of its flaws. Her siblings, like Leopold Thrin and her children, carry the same genetic baggage, weak bodies, frail minds. You're thinking back to Joanna's sisters, their overlooked tragedies buried under duty. Maria Anna's struggles are louder. Her son Charles the Montagn's reign is a death knell, the Habsburg Spanish line ending with him. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it broke their dynasty, leaving them to bear its final scars. You're noticing the ignorance of their time. The 17th century had no concept of genetics. Illness was God's judgment or bad stars. You're imagining a courtier insisting Maria Anna's frailty is a noble burden, clueless about the recessive genes piling up. The mainstream fact is clear: inbreeding caused a cascade of disorders, from physical deformities to early mortality, culminating in Charles II's tragic reign. But the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins to preserve power, even as daughters, like Maria Anna suffered. Historians debate whether the Habsburgs could have avoided this by diversifying their bloodline, but you're leaning toward yes. The signs were screaming ignored for pride. You're feeling Maria Anna's quiet despair now the way she watched her son struggle while her own health faded. She's not broken like Isabella, not confined like Joanna, but her pain's real. You're wondering how she endured, how she faced each frail child with hope. Her story's another thread in the Habsburg tapestry, woven with Maria Antonia's frailty and Eleanor's fading light. The marriage maze didn't just harm these women, it ended their dynasty, leaving the last daughters to carry its final burdens. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your family's got baggage, try being Maria Anna, where your blood's so pure, it kills your dynasty faster than a bad war. You're joking, but her struggle cuts deep. Her frail health, like her kin's, was a casualty of inbreeding and tradition. You're ready to reflect on the lasting scars of this system, next to see how the Habsburgs' obsession with blood purity left a legacy of suffering one daughter at a time. As you leave Maria Anna's court, the air heavy with the scent of a dying dynasty, you're carrying her story with you. She's not just a queen, she's proof of how inbreeding's toll ended the Habsburgs, their last daughters fading as the empire crumbled. The ghosts of these women linger, and you're bracing for the next chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're standing at the edge of the Habsburg saga, now reflecting on the lasting scars inbreeding left on Europe's royal daughters, their lives a testament to a dynasty's flawed obsession with blood purity. The air around you is heavy with the scent of faded velvet and old regrets as you linger in the ghostly halls of 17th and 18th century courts. From Joanna's confinement to Maria Anna's frail heirs, these women sisters, queens, pawns, bore the weight of a system that valued their blood over their survival. Picture yourself beside a princess, her story etched in pain as you trace the enduring wounds of a dynasty that crumbled under its own genetic hubris. This is the story of inbreeding's legacy, a trail of suffering that lingers long after the crowns were set aside. The Habsburgs' marriage maze, as you've seen, wove a web of cousin unions that built an empire but broke its daughters. Maria Anna's failing health, Eleanor's fading light, Joanna's sisters' buried tragedies. You're reflecting on how these scars, physical and mental, shaped not just their lives, but the dynasty's fall. The mainstream fact, inbreeding's genetic toll from the Habsburg jaw to congenital disorders, weakened the dynasty, culminating in its Spanish line's end with Charles II in 1700. The quirky tidbit: some later Europeans blamed the Habsburgs' fall on a curse of royal blood, as if their DNA was hexed, not just overloaded with recessive genes. Historians still argue whether the dynasty's collapse was purely genetic or a mix of political and biological failures. Imagine you're standing in a crumbling palace, perhaps in Madrid, where Maria Anna's son, Charles II, the last Spanish Habsburg, barely clings to life. You're picturing his aunts and cousins, Maria, Anna, Mariana, Maria, Antonia, their lives a gallery of frailty and loss. Their bloodline, tangled by centuries of cousin marriages, left them with weak hearts, fragile minds, and heirs who couldn't survive. You're seeing their faces now pale and marked by that infamous jaw, their eyes carrying the weight of a dynasty's mistakes. Inbreeding's legacy isn't just their suffering, it's the empire's end, a slow bleed that started with their pain. You're noticing the scars now. Inbreeding didn't just harm these women, it reshaped history. You're thinking back to Joanna's confinement, how her madness was a tool to steal her throne, or Catherine's barrenness, which sparked England's break with Rome. The physical toll Maria's heart issues, Eleanor's weak lungs, was only part of it. Mental scars like Isabella's broken spirit or Anne's melancholy were just as deep. You're imagining their physicians, their remedies, as useless as a broken crown, blaming divine will for ailments rooted in genetics. The court didn't see recessive genes, but you see the truth. Their bloodline was a trap, and their daughters were its victims. Let's pause for a chuckle if you think your family's got baggage. Try being a Habsburg daughter, where your DNA's so tangled, it's practically a Greek tragedy. You're joking, but their pain's real. These women were expected to bear heirs, uphold empires, and smile through their suffering, but their bodies and minds betrayed them. You're feeling their exhaustion now, the way they pushed through pain to serve a dynasty that didn't care. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Maria Anna and Mariana, didn't just weaken their health, it left a legacy of loss. Their story's a warning etched in history. Zoom in on the legacy. You're in Vienna now, where the Austrian Habsburgs outlasted their Spanish kin, but not without scars. Maria Theresa, born in 1717, daughter of Charles VI, was a distant echo of her ancestors' struggles. Her bloodline, though less inbred than Charles II's, still carried risks. Her health was fragile, her children prone to illness. You're picturing her ruling an empire, her resolve strong, but her body weary, a reminder of Eleanor's fading light. Inbreeding's toll wasn't just physical, it was cultural. A mindset that glorified pure blood, even as it doomed dynasties. The Habsburgs' fall from Spain's collapse to Austria's struggles was written in their daughter's pain. Here's another light jab. If you think your family tree's messy, try being a Habsburg, where your lineage looks like a knot and your legacy's a medical case study. You're smirking, but the reality's grim. These daughters, Maria, Anna, Isabella, Catherine, were sacrifices to a system that saw their suffering as noble. You're imagining their portraits' jaws airbrushed to hide the truth, their pain buried under crowns. Inbreeding's legacy wasn't just frail heirs like Charles VI. It was a trail of women whose lives were spent, their health and hopes drained for an empire that crumbled anyway. Let's linger on one odd detail. After Charles II's death, some courts kept Habsburg relics, lockets, rings, even bones, as if their holy blood could still bless the future. The quirky tidbit. These relics were auctioned off like royal eBay listings, even as scientists began linking inbreeding to their downfall. You're chuckling, picturing a noble bidding on Maria Anna's locket, while her son's epilepsy spelled doom. But you're seeing the truth. Inbreeding's scars, physical deformities, mental fragility were no secret by the 18th century. Yet the myth of pure blood lingered a cultural ghost haunting Europe's courts. You're wandering through this legacy now, feeling the weight of these women's stories. They're not just queens or princesses. They're proof of a system that broke them for the sake of power. They're children from Charles VI's tragic reign to Maria Theresa's frail heirs, carried the same genetic flaws, weak hearts, early deaths. You're thinking back to Joanna's confinement, how her pain was weaponized, or Mary's phantom pregnancies, how her losses reshaped history. Inbreeding's legacy is a tapestry of suffering woven with the lives of daughters who paid the price for their dynasty's pride. You're noticing the slow awakening now. By the 18th century, Whispers of heredity began. Scientists like Mendel were decades away. But some nobles questioned cousin marriages. You're imagining a courtier eyeing Maria Theresa's frail children, wondering if pure blood was worth it. The mainstream fact is clear: inbreeding caused congenital disorders, from mandibular prognathism to neurological issues that ended the Habsburgs' Spanish line. But the cultural grip of tradition held fast, marrying cousins even as the scars piled up. Historians debate whether the Habsburgs could have saved themselves by diversifying their bloodline. But you're leaning toward yes. Their daughter's pain was a warning they ignored. You're feeling the weight of their legacy now, the way these women, Joanna, Eleanor, Maria, Anna, endured despite their scars. They're not defined by their suffering, but by their resilience, their ability to face pain with grace. You're wondering how they kept going, how they smiled through frailty and loss. Their stories, woven with Maria Antonia's short life and Isabella's broken spirit, are a testament to inbreeding's cost, a dynasty built on blood undone by it. The marriage maze didn't just trap these women, it left a legacy of pain that echoed beyond their graves. Here's one more chuckle. If you think your family's got skeletons, try being a Habsburg, where your DNA's a horror story and your legacy's a cautionary tale. You're joking, but their struggle cuts deep. Their scars, physical and mental, were a dynasty's downfall. Their lives a warning of what happens when pride trumps survival. You're ready to bid farewell to these daughters, next to close their stories with a whisper. Hey guys, tonight we step into their blistering heart of a volcano that's moved where the air shimmers with heat. As you leave this world of faded crowns, the air heavy with the scent of a lost empire, you're carrying their stories with you. They're not just royal daughters. They're proof of how inbreeding scars marked a dynasty, and its women, their pain, a legacy that lingers in history's quiet corners. The ghosts of these women linger, and you're bracing for the final chapter in their tangled, tragic tale. You're standing at the close of this long, shadowed journey, bidding farewell to the echoes of Europe's royal daughters, their lives forever marked by the Habsburgs' obsession with inbreeding. The air around you is soft now, scented with the faint musk of old tapestries and the quiet hush of a story ending. From Joanna's confinement to Maria Anna's frail heirs, these women, queens, pawns, sisters, wove a tapestry of pain, their bodies and spirits scarred by a bloodline that promised glory but delivered tragedy. Picture yourself in a dim palace hall, the candles flickering low as you reflect on their stories, their struggles, and the legacy they left behind. This is the final chapter, a gentle goodbye to the daughters, whose voices still whisper through history's quiet corners. You're looking back, now seeing the arc of their lives, Joanna's cage in Tordesillas, Catherine's barren curse, Eleanor's fading light, Maria Anna's crumbling dynasty, the Habsburgs' marriage maze. That relentless web of cousin unions didn't just trap these women, it broke them their health and hopes sacrificed for an empire that faltered under its own weight. The mainstream fact, inbreeding's genetic toll, deformities, infertility, mental fragility, culminated in the collapse of the Spanish Habsburgs with Charles II in 1700, but its scars marked their daughters for centuries. The quirky tidbit: some later courts kept Habsburg portraits as relics, as if their painted jaws could still inspire awe, not pity. Historians still argue whether their suffering could have been avoided if the dynasty had embraced broader marriages. Imagine you're standing beside one last princess, perhaps Maria Anna of Austria, her face pale, her eyes carrying the weight of her kin. You're in a quiet corner of Vienna's Hofburg, the air cool, the silence heavy. Her life, like those of Joanna Isabella and Mariana, was shaped by a bloodline that betrayed her weak lungs, a fragile heart, children who didn't survive. You're picturing her now, her gown soft with wear, her smile a mask for the pain she carried. Inbreeding's mark is on her, but so is her resilience, a quiet strength that echoes through every daughter you've met on this journey. You're reflecting on their scars now, the way inbreeding left its mark on their bodies and minds. Joanna's rumored madness, Catherine's lost children, Elizabeth's nervous exhaustion, all threads in the same tapestry, woven by a dynasty that saw blood as divine. You're thinking back to Maria Anna's son, Charles II, his broken body, a symbol of the end. Their ailments' jaws that locked hearts that faltered were no secret. Yet the court clung to tradition, marrying cousins, as if purity could defy biology. You're shaking your head, seeing the irony. Their holy blood was their undoing. Their daughters, the silent casualties. Let's pause for a chuckle. If you think your family's got quirks, try being a Habsburg daughter, where your blood's so pure, it's practically a medical warning label. You're joking, but their pain runs deep. These women were expected to shine as queens, bear heirs, and uphold empires, but their bodies and spirits crumbled. You're feeling their weight now, the way they carried on through frailty and loss. The dynastic marriage trap, as you saw with Maria Theresa and Eleanor, didn't just limit their lives. It left a legacy of suffering. Their stories, a warning etched in history's margins. Zoom in on their legacy. You're in a fading court, now the walls lined with portraits of these daughters. Joanna, eyes haunted. Catherine, face resolute. Maria, weary but regal. Their pain shaped more than their lives. It shaped empires. Catherine's barrenness sparked England's religious upheaval. Joanna's confinement secured Spain's throne. Maria Anna's frail heirs ended a dynasty. Inbreeding's toll wasn't just personal, it was political. A slow poison that weakened thrones as surely as it weakened bodies. You're seeing their faces now, each one a chapter in a story of sacrifice. Their bloodline, a double-edged sword. Here's another light jab. If you think your family tree's complicated, try being a Habsburg, where your lineage loops like a bad plot twist, and your legacy's a medical textbook. You're smirking, but the reality's heavy. These daughters weren't just queens or pawns. They were women fighting to endure in a world that demanded too much. You're imagining their physicians, their useless cures, prayers, tonics, relics, as if faith could rewrite DNA. The court didn't see genetics, but you see the truth. Inbreeding scars ran deep from physical deformities to mental fragility, leaving these women to pay the price. Let's linger on one odd detail. Some Habsburg daughters left behind diaries or letters, their words hinting at their pain. Isabella's poems, Eleanor's lute, melodies, Maria's quiet faith. The quirky tidbit. These writings were often burned after their deaths, as if their struggles were too shameful to preserve. You're chuckling, picturing courtiers tossing Maria's letters into a fire, but you're seeing the truth. Their pain was erased, their voices silenced, yet their legacy endures in the history they shaped. Inbreeding's damage wasn't just physical, it stole their stories, leaving only whispers for you to uncover. You're wandering through their world one last time, feeling the weight of their lives. They're not just royal daughters. They're proof of a system that broke them for power's sake. They're children from Charles II's tragic reign to Maria Theresa's frail heirs, carried the same scars, weak bodies lost futures. You're thinking back to Joanna's confinement, how her pain was weaponized, or Mary's phantom pregnancies, how her losses reshaped a nation. Their stories are a tapestry of resilience, woven with pain and defiance. Their bloodline, a cautionary tale for empires built on pride. As the candles dim, your mind drifts to a softer place, the echoes of these women fading like a lullaby. You're lying in your own bed, now the world outside, quiet, the fans hum, a gentle reminder of the present. These daughters, Joanna, Catherine, Eleanor, Maria, Anna, aren't just history's ghosts. They're voices whispering of strength, of surviving a system that tried to crush them. Their pain, their scars, their silent endurance linger in your thoughts, but they're softening, blending with the night's calm. You're safe here, wrapped in the warmth of your own space, far from the cold palaces and tangled bloodlines. You're letting their stories settle their faces, fading into the dark. The Habsburg's empire is gone, their marriage maze a memory. But these women's resilience endures a quiet light in history's shadows. You're feeling the weight lift now, the air lighter, the scent of old velvet giving way to the comfort of your own room. Their struggles, jaws that ached, hearts that faltered, spirits that bent, were real, but they're distant now, a tale told to guide you into sleep. You're breathing slower, the world softening their echoes, a gentle reminder of strength in the face of suffering. Here's one last chuckle. If you think your life's tough, imagine being a Habsburg daughter, where your blood's a curse and your story's a whisper in history's ear. You're smiling, but their courage stays with you. Their legacy isn't just pain. It's the quiet defiance of women who faced a cruel system and kept going. You're closing your eyes now. The fans hum a soothing drone, the night wrapping you in its embrace. Their voices fade their scars, a distant memory as you drift toward dreams. Safe in the knowledge that their stories, though tragic, are done. As you let the darkness take you, the palaces dissolve, the crowns forgotten. Joanna, Maria, Eleanor, they're at rest now, their pain a whisper on the wind. You're sinking deeper, the world quiet, their echoes a lullaby guiding you to sleep. Let their stories rest, their struggles fade, and slip into the night's embrace, where history's weight can't follow.